dichterbij komen hoor, dan kunt u het allemaal goed zien. U want de moeder van die auto?
Yes, sorry?
Ja,
Yes.
u want de moeder van die auto?
Hier, ja.
Ja. En zie je weer dan hè? We zijn hier aangekomen in de tempelkamer van Radhadesh. En het altaar hier is eigenlijk verdeeld in 3 verschillende altaren. Er staan verschillende gedaantes op het altaar, die eigenlijk allemaal die allerhoogste persoonlijkheid Gods voorstellen, Sri Krishna. Maar als u mij toestaat, dan wil ik het graag een beetje aan u uitleggen. Is dat oké voor u? Ja, mag dat? Aan de linkerkant, aan de rechterzijde, staat Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. En Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is een verschijningsvorm van Krishna 500 jaar geleden. U heeft daar een klein stukje van gehoord op het filmpje. Op dit middelste altaar ziet u deze vrouwelijke gedaante. En haar naam is Hare. En dat is de eerste naam van dit gebed, maar ook de laatste. En de naam Hare betekent de liefdesenergie van God. Door de liefde komen we tot God. En de liefde wordt eigenlijk altijd uitgedragen door een vrouwelijke gedaante. En voor ons is dat Hare. Zij vertegenwoordigt eigenlijk het vrouwelijke aspect van God. Daarnaast staat Krishna, die allerhoogste persoonlijkheid Gods. Krishna is de tweede naam van het gebed. En de naam Krishna betekent de alleraantrekkelijke, want God is in het hart van elk levend wezen. We worden eigenlijk automatisch aangetrokken tot God. Op dit altaar staat een hele bijzondere vorm van Krishna. Lord Jagannath, Balaram en hun zuster Subhadra. Een andere naam voor Balaram is Rama. En Rama betekent die bron van alle vreugde. Als we dit gebed dus opzeggen, kunnen we eigenlijk heel gemakkelijk contact hebben met God. Want God is niet verschillend van zijn naam. De vormen op het altaar zijn geen poppen, maar worden deities genoemd. En de deities worden 2 keer per dag omgekleed. Als u vanavond zou terugkomen om 7:30, dan gaan de gordijnen dicht. De priesters komen op het altaar en zij gaan de deities het dagkostuum uitdoen. En ze gaan ze aankleden voor de nacht. En we gaan vanavond om 9 uur de gordijnen nog even open. En dan kunnen we de deities dus nog in het nachtkostuum zien. Voordat de tempelkamer s'avonds om 9:30 gaat sluiten. We staan om 3:30 op 's morgens. En we gaan om 4:30 naar de tempelkamer. Dan begint voor ons het ochtendprogramma. We zijn dus vroeg 's morgens. Dat ochtendprogramma duurt van 4:30 tot 4:15. 3 kwartier. We zingen voor Krishna en we zeggen allerlei gebeden op. Je kunt dat een beetje vergelijken met bijvoorbeeld de hele vroege mis. Van 4:15 tot 6:15 komen de priesters op het altaar om de deities vanuit het nachtkostuum aan te kleden voor de dag. En dan kunnen ze er ongeveer zo mooi uitzien als vandaag. Daar hebben de priesters exact 2 uur de tijd voor. En het gebeurt in alle stilte, er wordt dus niet bij gesproken. Als u mij over priesters hoort praten, dan denkt u misschien dat zijn vast alleen maar mannen. Maar dat is niet zo. We hebben mannelijke priesters, we hebben vrouwelijke priesters en ze mogen eventueel ook gehuwd zijn. Ja, dus dat even tussendoor. Ondertussen dat zij op het altaar bezig zijn met het omkleden van de deities, houden alle andere toegewijden zich bezig met hun gebedsmeditatie. U ziet ons hier rondlopen met zo'n zakje en u hebt zich misschien al afgevraagd, wat zou ze daar nou in hebben zitten? In dat zakje steekt een lange ketting met 108 kralen. Dit noemen we een japa of een mala, maar betekent eigenlijk rozenkrans of paternoster. En dat woord is waarschijnlijk wel goed bekend bij u. Dit is onze rozenkrans, maar waarom hebben wij nu 108 kralen? We hebben namelijk 108 van die heilige boeken. En voor elk boek hebben we dan een kraal op onze japa. Op elke kraal bidden we deze hele mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. En dan gaan we naar de volgende kraal en doen we eigenlijk weer precies hetzelfde. Elke toegewijde die zijn gelofte heeft afgelegd, bidt elke dag minimaal 16 keer deze ketting in de ronde. Daar doen we ongeveer 2 uur over. Nu begrijpt u onmiddellijk waarvoor we zo vroeg zijn opgestaan. Want zodra we zijn gewassen en aangekleed, beginnen we eigenlijk al met het bidden van de rozenkrans voordat we naar de tempelkamer gaan. En tussen 5:15 en 6:15 's morgens gaan we daar rustig mee verder. Maar door de dag hebben we dat zakje regelmatig bij ons. Vooral als ik de rondleiding moet geven. Want dan willen mensen graag weten wat die gasten in dat zakje hebben. Dus dan neem ik het maar mee en dan ga ik gewoon vast chanten. Om 6:15 gaan we dan weer naar de tempelkamer. De deities zijn inmiddels aangekleed voor de dag. We gaan weer zingen, we zeggen weer gebeden op. En we lezen dan ook uit die duizenden jaren oude Vedische geschriften. Om 9 uur gaan we met z'n allen ontbijten. En na het ontbijt gaat iedereen zich een beetje bezighouden met zijn taken. En u zag op het filmpje al een klein beetje wat we allemaal doen zo door de dag. En wat doen we nog meer. We maken hier bijvoorbeeld ook deze mooie kostuums. De deities hebben op dit moment 146 verschillende dagkostuums en 146 verschillende nachtkostuums. En die worden allemaal hier ter plaatse gemaakt. Per jaar maken we daar 3 nieuwe dagkostuums bij en 3 nieuwe nachtkostuums. En als ik het over een kostuum heb, dan bedoel ik niet één zo'n kleedje, maar het hele altaar wordt in het nieuw gestoken, inclusief die gordijnen die daarachter hangen. Want stel dat u morgen zou willen terugkomen en de deities zijn in het geel, of in het mintgroen, of in het roze, dan zijn die gordijnen daarachter ook weer volledig aangepast met het borduurwerk wat je terugvindt in het kostuum. Als we een nieuw kostuum maken, maken we voor dat nieuwe kostuum ook een hele serie nieuwe sieraden. En die zijn morgen ook weer anders. En elke dag worden er bloemenkransen geregen, want dat is Vedisch traditie, dat je God op zijn minst een bloemenkrans aanbiedt. Zomers gebruiken we daarvoor de bloemen van de tuin, maar ja, dat is nog een beetje te vroeg. Gaat wel komen straks. In de winter moeten we bloemen kopen, maar ook dan zijn het altijd verse bloemen. Dat is een klein beetje wat ik kan vertellen van de deities. We hebben ook dit altaar gebouwd en dit altaar is exact gebouwd met voorbeelden uit India. Ik weet niet of u in uw leven daar ooit geweest bent, of misschien zijn er nog plannen om dat een keer te doen. Als u daar de tempel gaat bezoeken, kun je eigenlijk een beetje hetzelfde tegenkomen als hier in de Belgische Ardennen. Dat is een klein beetje wat ik kan vertellen van de deities. We hebben dit altaar gebouwd, die verhoging moesten we maken om dat hele altaar te kunnen dragen. En toen hebben we ook deze vloer erin gelegd en onder de vloer daar ligt verwarming. Want we zitten eigenlijk ook altijd gewoon met een kussen, voor zover het nog gaat natuurlijk, met een kussentje op de grond. Zomers is die vloer wel lekker koel, maar 's winters kan het echt steenkoud zijn. En dan is het fijn als we een klein beetje de verwarming daaronder aan kunnen zetten. Nu we hier in de tempelkamer zijn, is het eigenlijk ook gebruikelijk als we Krishna een keer gaan zingen. En dat wil ik heel graag met u allemaal doen. Ik wil heel graag met u deze mantra zingen. Mantra betekent eigenlijk gewoon gebed. Die namen van God heb ik al een beetje aan u uitgelegd. Maar als we dit gebed zingen of alleen maar opzeggen, vragen we eigenlijk maar één ding van God. En dat is het volgende. Ik vraag aan God of God zo vriendelijk wil zijn ons terug te plaatsen in onze oorspronkelijke nederige positie als zijn eeuwige dienaar. Maar ik ga u niet verlegen maken, zo zijn we niet. Ik zal het eerst een keertje alleen voorzingen om u een beetje aan te moedigen. En als u straks bent aangemoedigd, mag u allemaal met me meezingen. Ik gebruik daarbij zo'n klein instrumentje. En wie van jullie weet hoe dit heet? Wat zijn dit? Zal ik het vertellen? Dit zijn eigenlijk cymbalen. In de Bijbel staat dat we God moeten loven en prijzen met klinkende bellen en cymbalen. En dat zijn dit dus. Ik ga dus even voor u zingen en als u bent aangemoedigd straks, dan mag u gewoon gezellig met me meezingen. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Heb je het een beetje kunnen volgen op het bord? Ja, ging dat? Zullen we proberen? Ja. De bassen wil ik ook graag horen, hè? Mannen, dat klinkt zo mooi, hè? Ja, kom op hoor. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nou, dat ging toch goed, nog een beetje oefenen. Hè? Ik ga u wat grappigs vertellen. Ik had een paar maanden geleden een rondleiding met 22 Hells Angels uit Nederland. Die komen met die motors, hè, en hun vriendinnetjes achterop. Nou, moeder mocht de rondleiding geven. En met die mannen ging ik natuurlijk ook zingen. Allemaal van die zware bassen. Na afloop stak er een zijn vinger op. Hij zei, mevrouw, ik dacht, u zal toch niet van ons vragen dat wij het ook 108 keer moeten doen? Maar dat hoeft niet hoor. 1 keer is genoeg, want uiteindelijk zingen we niet voor God in de kerk of in de tempel. Maar we zingen voor God in deze tempel, in ons hart. Want daar is God. Dus we hoeven niet per se naar de tempel te komen om hem te kunnen aanspreken. Hij is veel dichterbij als dat we denken. Ja? Als we ons heel even omdraaien, vertel ik ook even nog iets van Sri Prabhupada. Mag ik bij u achterlangs? Kijk, dan neem ik mijn kabeltje mee. Dankjewel hoor. We staan hier dus bij een moertjevorm van Sri Prabhupada. En Sri Prabhupada was degene die op 70-jarige leeftijd vanuit dat warme India naar dat koude Amerika ging. Hij kreeg de instructie al van zijn geestelijke leraar toen hij 25 was. Want toen kon hij onmogelijk gaan. Sri Prabhupada was pas getrouwd en eigenlijk hadden ze net een gezinnetje gesticht, want het eerste kindje was geboren. Maar op 70-jarige leeftijd had hij zich zo... Op 70-jarige leeftijd had hij zich zodanig voorbereid dat hij de grote reis kon maken. Hij kreeg van een weduwvrouw die een paar vrachtschepen had een gratis ticket op een van haar vrachtschepen, de Yaluduta. Als het goed is heeft u daar een klein stukje van gezien op het filmpje. Maar wat u niet gezien hebt, aan boord van dat schip heeft Sri Prabhupada namelijk 2 keer een hartaanval gekregen, want hij was tenslotte ook al 70. Het was ook een vrachtschip, dus niet echt berekend om passagiers mee te nemen. Maar hij had zoveel vertrouwen in zijn goddelijke missie, dat hij daarna nog 11 jaar heeft geleefd. En Sri Prabhupada is 81 jaar geworden. In die 11 jaar tijd heeft hij dan 12 keer de hele wereld rondgereisd. Duizenden toegewijden, ingewijd, opgeleid, persoonlijk ook begeleid. Helemaal alleen 108 tempels en leefgemeenschappen gesticht in 12 jaar tijd. En dat zijn er thans 664 en daar bezoekt u er vandaag 1 van, en dat is Radhadesh. Want wij, verspreid over de hele wereld als Sri Prabhupada zijn volgelingen, zetten zijn werk voort. Sri Prabhupada heeft ook 80 van zulke dikke boeken aan de wereld nagelaten. En die boeken zijn thans vertaald in meer dan 100 talen. We zijn hem ontzettend dankbaar. En Sri Prabhupada krijgt bijvoorbeeld ook elke dag schone kleren aan. Niet omdat ze vies worden natuurlijk, maar dat is een vorm van devotie en toewijding voor onze stichter. Hij krijgt ook elke ochtend een verse bloemenkrans geofferd. En in 1996, dat was eigenlijk het jaar dat Sri Prabhupada 100 jaar zou zijn geworden, als hij nog in leven was, hebben we hem deze zetel aangeboden. Hij zit hier ook recht ten overstaan van het altaar, omdat zijn woorden en daden waren volledig in dienst van God. Iemand iets te vragen? Jullie zijn hier weg allemaal voor het eerst, behalve u dan. Jullie zijn al eerder hier geweest? Nee? U wel? Lang geleden? Heel lang geleden? Oké. En nu hebben de kinderen meegebracht, hè? Dat is toch goed, hè? Er zijn vast mensen die willen fotograferen. Ik moet er even iets bij vertellen. U mag straks wel een foto maken van het altaar, maar voor het altaar mag u niet poseren en ook geen selfie maken. Als u wilt poseren mag dat gerust hier aan de voeten van de meester, maar niet voor het altaar. En dat is uit eerbied en respect voor God. Dus als u wilt fotograferen mag u dat wat mij betreft nu doen. Ja? Gelukt tot zover? Dan gaan we naar boven. Komt u maar, gaan we de schoenen weer aantrekken. Voorzichtig hoor, u mag eruit gaan. Maar denk om dat wendeltje hebt, dat u niet gaat vallen. Want het is een beetje linkerhand aan de spiegel. En als je nou in de spiegel kijkt en let even weer door, dan lig je dat ook niet op de grond. Dan zeg je, dat is niet de bedoeling. Daar ben je niet voor gekomen.
ga ik het allemaal uitleggen. Dus ja. Je moet nu, als je dit niet wil, je kan dat dan belden. Ja. Maar als je graag belt, dan moet je dat doen maar zachtjes. Want ik weet uit de ervaring dat de kinderen die bel eraf kunnen afbreken. Het is gewoon zachtjes zo. Zo, kijk. Ja. Ja. Zo, zo. Gewoon zachtjes, oké? En mij zal je zien neerbuigen voor Krishna, voor het altaar, uit eerbied en respect. Dan weten jullie wat dat is. Kom maar binnen. En dan mogen jullie voor het altaar gaan zitten. Hè? Ja, jullie mogen hier gaan zitten. Ga maar zitten. Ga maar zitten. Normaal zitten we in de tempelkamer, allemaal in kleermakers. Dus we wijzen nooit met onze voeten naar het altaar, ja, omdat dat niet respectvol is. Als je dat kan, dan mag je geen kleermakers zitten. Oké, dit is de tempelkamer. De mooiste kamer in het kasteel. En hier zie je ons altaar. En het altaar bestaat uit 3 luiken. Hier. En op elk luik is een andere verschijningsvorm van Krishna. Wie kan mij Krishna aanwijzen? Ja. Ja, de middelste met de fluit. Zie je met de fluit? Ja. En daarnaast had ik gezegd, staat een vrouwelijke gedaante. Dat was de liefdesenergie, hè, die Krishna buiten zichzelf plaatst. Oké, dan zie je daar de liefdesenergie en Krishna. Samen zijn natuurlijk. Totaliteit aan het goddelijke, hè, dus is dat. Maar de energie komt uit Krishna voort. Kijk, dit is die Krishna mantra wat ik straks gezegd heb. En dat gebedje, daar mediteren we de meeste van de tijd op. En wie gamet er hier alles? Altijd? Gamers. Als je gamet, heb je verschillende levels. Wel, ik heb zelfs voor jullie, we gaan iets leuks doen. We gaan zelfs een keer die mantra zingen. En dan heb ik nog een tweede level. Ik vertel nog niet wat. En dan heb ik nog een derde level, wat we gaan doen. Hier in de tempelkamer, met die mantra. Oké? Ja. Dat zijn trommels. Dat zijn trommels uit oude trommels, die zijn gemaakt van klei. En die hebben een lage klank. En een hoge klank, zie je het? En die klank en die trommels gebruiken ze altijd als we zingen voor Krishna. Gebruiken we die muziekinstrumenten. Zie je het? Hier heb je ook nog van die cymbaaltjes. Dat is het woord. Dus ik ga dat tegen mij met de duim er tegen en de derde keer laat ik het los. En dan krijg ik denk ching. Oké, wat zien we op het altaar? Krishna hebben we al gezegd, met liefdesenergie. En dan de vriendinnetjes van Harley, die staan ook op het altaar. En dan aan de linkerkant zie je 2 dansende gedaanten. 2 gedaanten die heel vreugdevol zijn, omdat die liefde voor Krishna hebben. En dat was Krishna zelf, die verschenen is in India 500 jaar geleden, om die Krishna mantra terug naar de voorgrond te brengen. Die was een beetje naar de achtergrond verdwenen, maar ze hebben die terug naar de voorgrond gebracht, omdat ik gezegd heb, dat straks al, die Krishna mantra, dat is de krachtigste mantra in het universum. Als je die met meerdere zingt, en we gaan dat zelfs een keer proberen, dan doet dat een enorme kracht. Dan heeft dat een enorme zuiverende werking. Hier. Dat is voor zelfs. En dan zie je hier 3 gebeeldhouwde vormen van Krishna. Weer een heel andere gedaante. Zie je? Helemaal anders. De zwarte is Krishna, de witte is zijn broer en de gele is zijn zus. Had er straks verteld dat er in India een heilige plant is, hè? Had ik verteld, hè? De tulsi plant. Kijk, die zie je ook op het altaar staan. Dus die plant die zet dat jurkje aan, dat is die tulsi plant. En die plant, die blaadjes van die planten, die gebruiken we. Als we ons voedsel, dat wij eten, dat offeren we eerst aan Krishna. Net zoals die priester, Doen jullie dat ook bij de moslims? Als jullie eten bereiden, offeren jullie dat ook eerst aan Allah? Of is dat of gebedje dat jullie opzeggen? Voor het eten? Ja? Voordat je eten, hè? Dat is ook een gebed, hè? Dus elke religie doet dat wel. Hè? De christenen ook bijvoorbeeld, als je naar de christenen met de kerk gaat, dan die priester offert een hostie, wat dat symbool staat voor brood, eerst aan God en dan wordt het pas uitgedeeld. Zie je? Dus dat is het principe, dat het voedsel eerst aan Krishna wordt geofferd en dan eten wij het zelf op. Maar je kan Krishna alleen maar planten offeren. Je kan Krishna geen dier offeren. Dat wil zeggen dat wij allemaal vegetariërs zijn. Zijn er bij jullie in de klas vegetariërs? Mensen die vegetarisch zijn? Nee? Oké. Ik zal uitleggen waarom. Kijk, en jullie gaan dat begrijpen, want jullie zijn allemaal slimme kinderen. Ik heb dat al lang doorgehad. Ja? Kijk, alles wat dat leeft, dus alles wat dat groeit en wat dat bloeit, daar zit leven in, toch? Maar dan, wat is anders het verschil tussen deze kast en onszelf? Deze kast zit geen leven in onszelf zit leven in. En het leven, heb ik gezegd, dat is de ziel. Hè? Nu heb je 3 categorieën. Dus alles wat dat groeit en bloeit, heeft een ziel. Dan heb je mensen, dieren en planten. Dat zijn allemaal, zitten allemaal zielen in. En dat zijn allemaal deeltjes van God, hè, van Krishna. Nu, het is logisch dat je niet kan groeien in liefde voor Krishna of voor God, als je eerst geen respect hebt voor alle andere levende wezens die deeltjes van Krishna zijn. En daarom eten wij geen dieren, omdat een dier is een ziel zoals wij, alleen in een ander lichaam. En die heeft zijn leven gekregen van God. En daar mogen wij niet tussen komen. Het leven, wordt er gezegd, is heilig. Heilig wil zeggen, er mag niemand aankomen. Stel je voor dat we even de rol kunnen omdraaien. Hè? En jij wordt ineens een varkentje. Hè? En ik wil je opeten. Hè? Maar je weet nog wel jezelf. Hè? Dan ga je zeggen, hé, afblijven. Hè? Dat is mijn lichaam, dat is mijn leven. Zie je, maar omdat een dier een lager bewustzijn heeft en niet kan praten, dan ja, doen we dingen met een dier dat eigenlijk niet mooi is. Ja.
Dus je hebt nog nooit vlees gegeten?
Jawel, ik heb vlees gegeten omdat ik 19 jaar was. Toen wist ik dat nog niet. Hè.
Weet je nog goed proeft? Weet je nog goed proeft?
Ja, dat zit nog altijd in geheugen. Hè. Ik weet nog altijd wat het proeft. Zeker. Maar vanaf mijn 19 jaar ben ik vegetariër geworden en nu ben ik er 85. Nee, 65. Nee, maar het is wel zo, als je plantage voedsel eet, dan blijf je een beetje jonger uitzien, dan blijf je een beetje gezond. Dus, wacht, ik ga het even nog verder vertellen. En waarom mogen we geen dieren eten? Omdat een dier evenveel pijn kan voelen dan wij. Want mens en dier hebben een zenuwstelsel. Kennen jullie dat, een zenuwstelsel? En dat is een stelsel in ons lichaam waardoor we pijnprikkels kunnen voelen. Als ik hard in je arm, als ik zo doe, ik ga het niet doen, dan voel je pijn. Waarom? Omdat die zenuwen worden geprikkeld. Hè? Maar die zenuwen kunnen ook iets leuks voelen. Als ik dat doe, dan is dat een aangenaam gevoel. De zenuwen kunnen een aangenaam gevoel geven als een pijngevoel. En daarom, we mogen dieren geen pijn doen, maar die kunnen dezelfde pijn voelen als wij. En daarom ja, ik kan nog even afmaken. Onthoud de vraag, ik kan ze zeker beantwoorden. Maar dan zegt Krishna, je moet het laagste eten op de voedselketen en dat zijn dan planten. Want planten hebben geen zenuwstelsel en die voelen per definitie geen pijn, zoals wij pijn voelen. Die voelen wel verandering, maar geen pijn. Natuurlijk, als ik een bloemkool afsnijd, of ik trek wortels uit de grond, dan dood ik die plant op en dan hangt daar ook karma aan. Dat is logisch, hè? Maar ja, alles wat dat leeft, hè? Dus, dat zegt Krishna, je moet dat voedsel eerst aan mij offeren. En als je dat eerst aan Krishna offert, dan neemt Krishna het resterende karma voor zich. En dan wordt het gezegend voedsel. Gezegend voedsel wil zeggen dat het verspiritualiseerd is. En dat het niet alleen voedsel is voor het lichaam, maar ook voedsel voor de ziel. En dan kan je daar al door groeien, louter door zo'n gezegend voedsel te eten. Jullie hebben vragen? Ja.
Voordat je naar deze geloof was jij christen?
Ja, ik ben christelijk opgegroeid. Hè? Ja. Het is niet dat ik geen christen meer ben, want Jezus is nog altijd een van mijn favoriet. Maar dat wil dus zeggen dat je geen andere vorm van religie ook kunt bewandelen en die hoeven niet tegengesteld te zijn. Maar alle religie is één. Als het ene religie denkt dat hij beter is dan de andere, dan is het eigenlijk geen religie. Want religie predikt liefde voor God. En liefde voor alle deeltjes. Dus je kan eigenlijk niemand haten als je echt zegt, ik zie God graag, dan kan je niemand haten, want we zijn allemaal deeltjes van God. Ja.
Maar ook wat dat is dat echt?
Nee, dat goud dat je ziet is niet echt. Want dan zouden er hier heel veel dieven op bezoek komen. En dat willen we. In India is dat wel echt koud. Maar er staan ook veel verschillende veiligheidsmensen of wachters. De tempels te beschermen. Maar hier niet. Hier is het allemaal net. Ja. Ja. Hoeveel jaar? Ja, Krishna is God. En God heeft geen begin en geen einde. Dat wil zeggen dat hij altijd bestaan heeft. Dat hij niet wordt geboren en niet sterft. Oké. Ja.
Ik heb 3 vragen.
3 vragen.
Wat was de reactie van jouw ouders toen je zo boeddhist was?
Ja, dat is zo deze vorm van de religie. Ja. Mijn vader die kon het niet begrijpen, omdat hij niet kon begrijpen. Hij zag de verschillen en hij zag niet de gelijkenissen. Maar mijn moeder begreep het wel en die zei ja, of dat je nu God op deze manier, zoals wij dat doen, of op een andere manier, als jij je daar beter voelt bij voelt op een andere manier, is dat geen probleem. En zo moet het zijn.
Oké, en de tweede vraag is, wil je eigenlijk soms nog steeds vlees eten?
Nee, ik heb niet de behoefte om vlees te eten. Ik heb dat nooit meer gedaan. Waarom niet? Omdat je weet beter. Je weet dat je er eigenlijk iemand pijn mee doet. Hè? Stel je voor dat ik jou een stukje van jou wil opeten. Ze biedt zich spontaan aan. Hè? Dat ga je niet leuk vinden. Hè? Ik wil iedereen respecteren en alle dieren respecteren, dus ik heb niet die behoefte meer. Nee. Ja. Ja.
Dus Krishna is in het midden en van links van Krishna.
Ja.
Maar is het zo, die heeft zoiets vast, is dat spreekt wat is
Dat meisje naast Krishna, die heeft zo'n dingen vast. Ja, hè? Kijk, heb je de vraag gehoord?
Ja.
Dat meisje naast Krishna heeft zo, er zit een pluim vast zo. Hè? En dat is eigenlijk om Krishna koelte toe te wuiven. Dat is een soort waaier. Hè? Maar als je Krishna koelte, in India is het heel warm en dan wuiven ze op die manier eigenlijk een natuurlijke ventilator, zo door te wuiven en dat je koelt. Niet geen wapen, hè? Het is om koel. Wapen, ja, zo'n wapen. Ja, ja.
Die lammetjes daar.
Ja. Kijk. Ja. Je ziet hier 2 koeien op het altaar. Koeien. De koe is in India heilig. Weet jullie waarom? Wie kan mij dat zeggen waarom dat de koe heilig is? Had ik dat al verteld?
Ja.
Oké. Hebben we goed geluisterd dan? Hè? Daarom staat de koe op het altaar. Dat is Krishna's en dat zijn lievelingsdier. Ja.
Maar eigenlijk, als je moet toch vlees eten, alleen je hebt toch nog, totdat je ouder wordt, want je hebt toch spieren nodig.
Ja, in vlees zit proteïne noemen ze dat, eiwitten. Maar mensen denken foutief dat dat alleen in vlees zit, maar dat is niet zo. Dat zit ook in planten, wacht even, dat zit ook in planten. En als je dat dan weet, dan kan je even goed die proteïne tot je nemen in de vorm van planten, dan hoeft dat geen dier te zijn. Ja. Ja. Ja, het eten, dat wordt nu niet. Als het eten klaar is in de keuken, komt dat in speciale bordjes voor Krishna naar boven. Komt dat op het altaar. En dan komt er hier een schutting voor het altaar om Krishna privacy te geven. En dan is er een priester. Maar bij ons kunnen zowel man als vrouw priester zijn. En er is een priester en die offert dan met verschillende gebeden het voedsel aan Krishna. En dan blijft dan 10 minuutjes staan. En dan is het voedsel geofferd, gaat het terug naar beneden, naar de potten, gaat het terug in de potten en dan is alles geofferd. Zie je, op die manier. Ja. Ah ja, wij eten ook geen eieren. Waarom niet? Melk eten we wel, boter eten we wel, yoghurt eten we wel, ijscream eten we zeker, slagroom eten we ook zeker, maar geen eieren. En waarom geen eieren? Omdat in de Vedas wordt gezegd dat eieren is onrein. Waarom is eieren onrein? Kijk, als je een ei hebt en dat wordt bevrucht door een haan, dan is het een levend wezen, een wording. Maar als het niet bevrucht wordt, is het eigenlijk menstruatie van de kip. Dus is het onrein. Dat wordt als onrein gezien. En daarom eten we dat niet. Oké? Ja. Ja. Sorry, zeg maar. Ja, nee, deze stoel, je ziet onze leraar, die zit van achter op die stoel. Dat is de persoon die 50 jaar geleden ongeveer van India naar hier is gekomen om ons Krishna cadeau te geven. Hij krijgt een ereplaatsje op die stoel, maar deze stoel is voor een leraar. Elke ochtend volgen wij klas hier. Zie je, er zit een bord staan en dan komt er een vers uit de heilige boeken op dat bord.
Kan je de letters van het boek lezen?
Ik kan zelf Sanskriet een klein beetje lezen, maar niet alles. Ja, dat is dat. Dus op dat bord komt dan een vers, dan gaat de leraar op die stoel hier zitten en wij zitten er allemaal rond op een kussentje en dan krijgen we een uurtje klasverleg over die boeken. Ja. Ja. Als je in India een kooi eet, krijg je dan straf. Er zijn, niet iedereen in India is vegetariër, maar er zijn 300 miljoen mensen die vegetariër zijn. Maar er zijn mensen die vlees eten en ze krijgen daar niet direct straf aan voor, maar ze krijgen wel die straf later terug door de wet van karma. Weet je nog, karma? Alles wat je doet, krijg je terug. Hè? Dan krijg je dat terug volgens de Vedas in je volgend leven. Hè? Dan krijg je daar een straf. Ja.
Mag je vlees wel eten als je dat eerst op?
Nee, Krishna zegt, je kan geen vlees eten offeren aan mij, omdat er te veel geweld bij gepaard gaat. Je doet er pijn mee en daarom mag je eigenlijk geen vlees eten. Ja. Ja, dat is een goede vraag. Dat is een goede vraag. Kijk, eender welk dier. Stel je voor dat het dier een natuurlijke dood overlijdt, door ouderdom. Hè? Mag je dan het vlees eten? In principe wel, maar dan die koe sterft van ouderdom en dan is die waarschijnlijk ook ziek en is het ook niet gezond om dat vlees te eten. Maar in principe als een dier een natuurlijke dood sterft, dan mag je dat eventueel wel opeten. Ja.
Maar met de meeste de laatste vraag, want anders hebben ze heel te lang.
Nog één vraag? Ja.
Eén vraag en een goeie, hè?
Kan Krishna echt zo transformen of is dat gewoon...
Nee, Krishna kan elke vorm aannemen dat hij wil. Zie je het? Hij kan elke vorm aannemen dat hij wil. Hij is een echte transformer. Hij kan echt alle vormen aannemen. Omdat alle vormen zijn gecreëerd door Krishna. Ja. De jongens zijn meestal kaal geschoren, hebben een staartje. En de monniken die dragen oranje en de vrouwen dragen wit. Ja, nog één vraag en dan gaan we niet. Ja. Ja, die foto's die erop staan, dat zijn de 5 laatste grote leraren geweest. En die keten, die konden alle foto's natuurlijk niet op het altaar zetten, maar die keten gaat terug tot bij Krishna zelf 5000 jaar geleden. Maar de laatste foto's staan erop. Oké, nu gaan we iets leuks doen. We gaan iets actief doen. We gaan een keer die Krishna mantra zingen. Kijk, ik ga hem een beetje uitleggen. Ik ga hem even uitleggen. Kijk. Hier zie je 2 keer. Ja, eerst stoppen. Hier zie je 2 keer Hare Krishna. En dan Krishna apart en Hare apart. 2 keer Hare Rama, Rama apart en Hare apart. Hier staat Krishna op een rare manier geschreven. Zie je de 3 puntjes? Ja, dat kan je niet uitspreken. Maar een puntje onder de R, dan wordt er in het Sanskriet automatisch een I uitgesproken. Dus we krijgen een kri. Een puntje onder de S, dan wordt er een sh. En een puntje onder de N, dan wordt die N benaderd. Krishna. Krishna. We gaan een keer oefenen, dan gaan we het gemakkelijker zelfs om te zingen in 1 keer. denkt aan hem en hij verschijnt. Hij is een leraar en hij geeft les in het bespelen van die trommels. En hij gaat ons een demonstratie geven en hij gaat ons ook begeleiden tijdens het zingen. Oké? Kijk, je hebt 2 klanken en je kan die 2 klanken combineren en dan krijg je enorme mooie ritmes. Dat is heel simpel, maar nu gaan we ingewikkelder ritmes doen. Okay. Ja, oké? Geef een klein applausje. Oké, ik had jullie 3 levels beloofd. Oké? Ik ga mijn belofte waarmaken. Belofte maakt schuld. Dit is gewoon om een beetje te begeleiden. Het is op ritme van 1, 2, 3. En jullie hebben ook instrumenten bij.
Mijn mond.
Ja, bij jullie vooral zijn mond. Oké, je mag je handen klappen. Dus ik ga een keer voorzingen. En dan zingen we met z'n allen een keer na. Oké, dan gaan we zo een keer of 3 doen. Dan ga ik stoppen en dan gaan we naar het volgende level. Oké? Hier gaan we. Ja, kom mee. Zijn jullie bedeesd? Zijn jullie verlegen? Kunnen jullie lezen? Ja. Kunnen jullie dat lezen? Ja. Nog één keer proberen. Ik zou... Jullie mogen die groep van morgen overtreffen. Niet of dat jullie dat kunnen. Oké? We beginnen met het... Ja. Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! Dat is het. Krishna Krishna! Hare Hare! Hare Rama! Hare Rama! Rama Rama! Hare Hare! Oké, level 1. Dat was level 1. Oké. Nu zijn jullie enige... Hoe zeg je dat? Hoe zeg je dat? Ik vind het woord niet. Nu zijn jullie...
In vorm.
In vorm. Wat we daarbij houden. In vorm. Dus die mag iedereen naar rechts staan. Level 2, we gaan nog naar rechts staan. Ja. Ja. En we gaan dan dezelfde mantra zingen. Maar als wij in de tempelkamer 's ochtends de gordijnen gaan openen, dan zingen wij net hetzelfde, like dat wij nu aan het zingen zijn voor Krishna, doen wij net hetzelfde. Maar dan dansen wij erbij en springen wij erbij, want we zijn blij dat we Krishna zien. Dus dan springen we. Oké, dan gaan we het doen en dan gaan we er wel zingen. En doe zelfs mee. 1, 2, 3. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Oké, als wij dan 's morgens zingen en springen, dan dansen we ook nog. Ja, En dan, ik zal dan een keer demonstreren met wie demonstreer ik dat. Wie wil er mij helpen? Oké. Dus, wat doen wij dan? Terwijl dat we zingen, dan haken we in. Kijk goed, dan haken we in. En dan steken we onze arm naar boven. En dan zingen we de Hare Krishna mantra. En halverwege draaien we om. Dus dan gaat het volgt. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Dan kun je draaien om. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Oké, jullie hebben het al van nature begrepen. Jullie zoeken jezelf een partner. Zoek een partner waar dat jij wil mee dansen. Ja, iedereen zoekt iemand. Heeft iedereen iemand gevonden? Iedereen? Ja. Iedereen heeft iemand? Ja. Jij niet? Wie is er nog vrij? Is er nog iemand vrij?
Ja, als je een echt.
Jullie zijn nog niet eruit. Kom. Ja, de meesten doen ook mee, hè? En de vrouwen. Ja, hè? Oh ja, hè? Ja, dat is leuker, hè? De meesten kom aan. Juffrouw, kom aan. Ja, voilà. Ja, is er nog iemand vrij? Ja. Iedereen is vrij? Ja. Oké, we gaan zingen en dan draaien we met de hand naar boven. We beginnen. 1, 2, 3. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oké, goed. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, omdat we dat elke dag doen. Hebben jullie nog vragen? Anders gaan we onze schoenen aandoen en dan gaan we. Ik heb voor jullie nog een cadeautje. Jullie krijgen van mij nog een aandenken dat je hier bent geweest en een koekje van de bakker. De bakker die koopt de bak van die kokoskoekjes en dan maken jullie even aan. Oh, dat is weer. Oké, dus we zullen maar aan.
going. Okay.
Rico, kom je de projector opzetten? In de tempelkamer voor de lezing? Ja, dankjewel. Dat is op. He's coming.
Het is hetzelfde als je zussen.
Dezelfde projector.
Hetzelfde scherm.
Misschien dat je de camera ook zo goed.
Jij zei het.
Zal ik de stoel voor je zetten? Oh, wie? Lezing.
Moet je dat boek nog even
Maar ik denk wel Darshan.
binnen de les?
Ja, we kunnen het eens lezen.
Ja, ja.
Gewoon beginnen dan.
You have some issues that, no, then I can say even in Radhedesh. Because normally,
Super, I will go later and so tomorrow afternoon.
yeah, you know BLS, you're on the side of the,
Was allemaal weg?
yeah, it is.
I didn't see
I don't know if you have to know.
I thought the temple would be full by now.
Yeah.
So tomorrow it's only afternoon.
Yesterday. Was it a lecture yesterday? Was it a lecture yesterday? Okay. Then I guess it was Tuesday or Wednesday?
Yeah, he's
Wednesday. I was also asking myself that yesterday. Is the lecture? Yeah, it's Wednesday. Yes, there is a lecture. Yes, us. Tomorrow morning there's a lecture? Oh.
in the afternoon, for
Wait,
same
there's
time.
No,
Or you
no.
leave it in the morning.
No, I'm leaving Saturday.
Oh, yeah. In the afternoon, there is still.
No, there is not.
In the afternoon, there is.
No.
If there is no people.
No, tomorrow there is no lecture.
Yes, but there is one.
Why you have to go there? Before?
There is a projector.
There is
the projector. Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, it's
So-
good enough.
It is on the 5:30, like today. Officially, it's tomorrow also, 5:30.
With him.
With him, yeah.
But why not?
The last class. Yeah, yes, business morning class. But it will be better in the morning.
Are you sure?
I don't, well, that's how I'm going to know this. And I just look at him. And start thinking.
And?
Hey, go in now.
You've got a playground at the temple. We know it. Very good.
It's not a playground, it's a playground. Yeah? To play.
Will it be sufficient this one? Okay. But I also need for the projector.
It's a third person.
Okay.
Stupid, but we're not. So it's okay.
I don't feel that I am, and I didn't.
Here is our dear technician.
Yes.
Now everything will be fine.
You done?
I'll do this thing, then you're done.
It's already
It's
there.
there.
If you want to project.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
It's there.
Is it there?
Yeah. Now it's still there. There's no place. The last thing is
With the tripods. Is that in around? Basically, there's no.
it's not there.
Die kan ons al
It's not for purpose.
Careful. See, it's a playground. Playground is up.
The Christian is always playing, huh?
That's it.
Where will you be mostly? We need to capture. No? There is something. I don't know.
That's for sure.
Okay, shall we start? Okay, good to go. Shall we start?
Yes.
Okay. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshitarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Okay, Hare Krishna. So we are coming to the conclusive days of our history presentations here in Radhadesh. And I'm not sure if we'll have some audience tomorrow. Yeah, you can keep it there, yeah. So I guess today probably will be the last session based on see how the response is. So if we get some good audience tomorrow, then we'll have a session again tomorrow. That will be on how old is the Vedic culture. Right? Today is about worldwide Vedic heritage, and this is about the search for India outside India, the search for Bharat or the Vedic culture outside India. It's going to be a very intriguing discussion on how the Vedic culture has prevailed across the entire of Europe and parts of Africa, Southeast Asia and so on. So as we proceed, we'll first start with some interesting photos. Any guesses?
Hanuman?
Hanuman?
Oh, he's singing.
No, that's because what we do programs and everywhere I have to have a copyright. Otherwise people take photos and then they say they are the ones who discovered it. So I have it in every slide. Okay, so yeah. What do you think? Okay, but this is not from India.
It should only be from Egypt.
Japan.
Correct. This is from Egypt.
Oh, from Egypt.
And he was a god and his name is Mahis. Mahis. Possibly the word is derived from the word Maheshwara, Maha Ishwara, the great Ishwara. Is very powerful controller, Ishvara, Maheshwara, could have become Mahis. Again, this is a likely conjuncture, likely similarity. So now we come to this interesting
This is ancient painting.
ancient Egypt.
Ancient painting.
No, this is a representation
Oh,
because we have descriptions,
okay.
not much of paintings, but descriptions based on that.
Can I switch the light?
Sorry?
Yeah, please.
I think so, yeah.
And if it's possible to speak more close to the.
I'll do that, yeah. Hare Krishna.
The light is going better without the light.
These pictures are also in the book.
This one we have given some. No, this one is not a real picture. I mean, this is a real picture, but this exactly is not the picture of the deity which was destroyed, or you understand? So this is a nearby temple of that temple, because the current the ancient temple has been converted into a church. So I don't want to show that in my slides. Okay, so I'll come to this. This is the most ancient Krishna temple of Armenia. Is in Europe or Asia? Armenia is in Europe? I think it's in Asia. It's on the borders of Europe and Asia. Right?
It's Caucasus.
Sorry?
It's Caucasus.
It is, but from the geographical point of view, it is European subcontinent or Asia? I think it is Asia. Anyway, it's much near to Europe if it's not. So this is the most ancient Krishna temple outside of India and much far away from India. This is nearly 2100 years old. 2100 years old, found in Armenia. And where is Armenia? It is north of Iraq. Okay, and in this temple you will see that there is a famous deity of the god by the name Gishen, as you can see there. And Gishen was a very famous god in ancient Armenian culture. Okay, temple of Gishen. I have given a complete analysis. Whoever doesn't have the book must get it, and you will see a complete analysis of how this temple of Gishen is actually temple of Krishna. And there were many Indians, as described by the Syrian traveler by the name Zenon. Zenon is a Syrian traveler, so he writes in his travel record. He says that the Indians worshipped a god by the name Gishen. Gishen, Gishen, and through multiple analysis, it is clear that this was Krishna, the temple of Krishna, which was worshipped in Armenia. And there were initial preachers who came here in the 3rd century CE, so they got rid of this temple, and the Vedic culture completely vanished from Armenia at this point of time. Now, how it vanished, the painful history and everything I have narrated in my book. So this is the ending point of Krishna consciousness in Armenia. This is around 2100 years minimum old. So what happens in these regions in Europe and Asia? We have a sudden abrupt ending of the pagan culture. Pagan. So when you study this pagan culture, you will see a lot of similarities between the Vedic culture of India. Now in Europe, this is a very interesting field which not many devotees are looking into, but this is a field of huge possibility, which is the study of the pagan religions. Now in Europe, we had what is called as a pagan religion. How many of you heard paganism, pagan religion? Anybody who has not heard of paganism before? Pagan religion and all? Not heard? You have heard. Anyone who has not heard of pagan religion before? So that I'll have to explain it.
The Druids, are they also pagan religion?
They had practices of pagan religion. I'll be coming to Druids. Okay, anyone here who has not heard of pagan? So I presume, okay, you've not heard. Because from the Indian background, devotees, I'm expecting that they should not know. Because it's not common for us to know what is pagan. Even I didn't know unless I started this research. So pagan is basically before 2000 years, people here had a culture, had a religion, had a tradition of worshipping multiple gods. And it finished very abruptly. So when you study these different gods and goddesses, you will find that they have a lot of connections to India, to the Indian Vedic gods and goddesses.
So you said before Jesus came or?
Yeah, before. Yeah. So this is the paganism of Europe, which got suppressed and destroyed. And it was also derogatory to be a pagan. It was like, oh, you're a pagan, how? You're worshipping anything and everything. It was that kind of, devotees here from the Western background know this better.
And
So,
of the etymology of pagan, the translation.
I'm not sure. Pagan is how it's pronounced. I don't say it is Sanskrit.
And what caused them to stop worshipping?
We'll be coming to that. We're coming to that step by step. So every region in Europe had something called as a pagan culture and a pagan religion. Okay, so Albania had its Albanian paganism, Baltic region had its Baltic paganism. I just wanted to add one point that I'm not sure if I'll be able to complete this session today, because it's a really long session and we also started quite late at 5:40 or 5:45. So hope I'll do justice and try to cover as much as possible. So lost paganism of Europe, Baltic paganism, based paganism, Celtic, North European paganism, Etruscan paganism, Finnic paganism, Germanic paganism, ancient Greek religion. Then we have Hungarian native faith, Minoan religion, Moldovan native religion, Norse religion in ancient Rome, Shami shamanism, Scythian religion. This is Shaka, this is very important. Shaka religion, Slavic paganism, Slavs. Right, so this is different cultures. But the thing was that when the same thing, when the British colonials ruled India, their concept was that Indians, only they had fables and fantasies, whereas we are perfect, we have nothing wrong, everything is great with us. Okay, so this was the mindset. But in every religion and culture, we have what is called as a supernatural belief system. That it is believed that these divine activities, the supernatural things happen. So separating that from the archaeological and historical things which we find is what is important for a neutral historian to do. But generally what they do, okay, there are supernatural descriptions in Mahabharata, so entire Mahabharata is mythology. Whereas you find that in every religion, it's not just Mahabharata. So this was the mindset of the colonials who used to rule in India. And we covered this in the first session. Some of you were there. So I'm going to skip this because this will take a considerable amount of time. So what the British did in India is that they very cleverly designed a new concept, a new racial identity which never existed in the past. A new racial identity which never existed in the past. And that identity was the Aryan identity as a race. Because Arya was never a race. Arya was never a race. Arya means one who is civilized. That's all it is. It refers to, it is more like a qualification. If I am qualified, I am an Arya. If I am unqualified, I am an Anarya. Krishna says to Arjuna, don't behave like an Anarya. Right? Don't behave like an Anarya. Behave like an Arya. Be a civilized person. So it was more of a civilizational identity. It was not a race. All of you understand what is a race? Do you understand what is a race? Racial theories, race and all that. It's complete silence and difficult for me to understand. Do you all understand what is a race?
Yes.
Yeah, please respond. Otherwise, it's like I'm speaking to, so you should respond. Give me some yes or no. So the British created this Aryan race. So what they did is, those from the north of India, they're little fair, and those from the extreme south, they are dark. So if you're a North Indian, you are an Aryan. If you're a South Indian, you're a Dravidian. So they created two racial identities, dividing India. Eventually they wanted to break India into two parts. One is the North Indian region, which is called as whatever they wanted to call it, and they wanted to break South India into a separate country. They in fact succeeded in breaking India in terms of religion. Pakistan, Bangladesh, we lost so much of land. So they wanted to further break India into more parts, divide and conquer. Right? So this was the strategy they tried, and they created this so-called Aryan invasion theory, which means that Aryans invaded from outside and they brought the Vedic culture, the Hindu religion, the Vedas, the Brahmanas. They all came from outside. They are not part of India. They are not local to India. This is the theory which the British used to spread in India. Why they used to do that? Because they wanted to justify their own invasions. They wanted to say that you guys are so disturbed that we are invading. Do you know that your own religion is coming from invaders who came 3,500 years back or 4,000 years back? Do you get the point? So it's like justifying the invasions and the colonialism and all that. So this was created by the British for the purpose of divide and conquer. And the theory behind this was that the Aryans came in chariots. Now the critical thing is here. Aryans came into India in their chariots, which were driven by horses, and those chariots had spoked wheels. Spoked wheels. So this was the theory which was spread. So according to this theory, India should not have chariots or spoked wheels or horses before 3,500 years back, because the British taught us that 3,500 years back the Aryans invaded into India, and before that India did not have any presence of Aryans or Vedic culture or those. So they spread this deliberately to create this divide within India. But the recent archaeological excavations in Sanauli and other areas have proven that the Vedic culture is in fact much older. These are chariots going back to 4,000 years, found in nearby Delhi, 1 hour drive from Delhi, in a place called Bagpat. In Bagpat there is this famous chariot by the name of Sanauli chariots, which were found very recently. Okay, so now coming to the critical discussion right here. So there are two things. Either the Aryans have invaded from outside into India, or Aryans from India went to different parts of the globe and they spread their culture. It's either of it. It cannot be both. Do you get the point? It's either Aryans invaded from outside and came into India, or Aryans from India went to different parts of the world and spread their culture. It's either of it. So for the British it was advantageous to spread the theory that Aryans have invaded from outside India. Why? They wanted to justify their invasions. They wanted to justify their invasions. So it's okay, we are invading. You guys are also products of invasion. 3,500 years back, your ancestors Aryans were invaders, were cruel guys who came from outside. And therefore it's okay, we also can invade you. So far good? You have understood so far?
Yes.
So far good? I mean, it's not so regular devotional topic, I understand. But we are going to go into worldwide Vedic heritage and how the Aryans have migrated and spread their Vedic culture. We're going to go deeper. So we need to have complete presence here and complete understanding here. If there is no sync here or difficulty in understanding, we need to clear it before we proceed further. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of difficulty. Yes?
Like you said, they had this bad intention of splitting India. How do you know about the intention?
Because we have writings of Max Muller, William Jones and Macaulay, many of these writers, and in which I'll give you one example. Max Muller openly says that if India is not colonized, if India is not converted, this is a very bad thing. He writes a letter to his wife. I can share that probably after this session. There are many letters like this where they deliberately want to completely get rid of the Vedic culture, completely get rid of ancient Indian culture. He says it's a good riddance. Get rid of this completely. Colonize them. Make them brown in skin, British in thought. Right?
I believe this completely.
Yeah.
They tried. But is this the reason why they came forward with these theories, or was it a genuine, just an interpretation of the evidence they had at the time?
Yeah, so we'll be coming to that. What kind of evidences they had, how real it is, and what are the evidences which archaeology speaks. We'll be coming to that in this session. Yes?
The wheels you said, this chariots came 1400 BC Then where?
They say that Aryans invaded into India at around 1500 BC. And the Vedic culture entered India at that time, otherwise India had no Vedic culture before that. This is what was taught by the British.
And the Sun Temple in Orissa.
Yeah.
Because they have also wheels, huh?
Yeah.
So.
But that's not 3500 years old, that's
It's not so old.
around 1200 years. Maybe around 1500, not more than that. Yeah. Yes, yes. We need to have quick questions and answers because it's a long session. Yes.
Wasn't it also that the British discovered a similarity between European languages and Sanskrit?
Yes, they did find a lot of similarity.
And therefore...
And they were perplexed with the idea that what if Sanskrit is ancient? That sounds a lot of trouble, because then you're colonizing some people who are much far more advanced than you in the past. That's quite a painful thing. So then again comes this fake language called Proto-Indo-European and all that. That's again a long discussion. We'll be coming to that. Okay, so far good. So we are continuing now. Historica came back. Okay, here we go. So now when we study the Shastras are pretty explicit in terms of the migration of peoples. Now this is Baudhayana Srauta Sutra, migration of people as mentioned in the Baudhayana Srauta Sutra. Baudhayana writes that there was migration of different tribes or groups of people from India to other parts of the globe. Baudhayana writes, the date is not 800 BC, it's much more ancient, it's during the Vedic period. But this is an academic photo, so I have just kept it. But don't take the dates, it's much more ancient. Now, migration of people as mentioned in the Baudhayana Srauta Sutra. Baudhayana writes that, as you can see down, Ayu went westwards, his people are the Kuru Panchala and the Kashi Videha. This is the Ayava migration. His other people stayed at home, his people are the Gandhari, Pashu and Aratta. This is the Amavasava group. Basically, he says that people who were staying in the heart. So, this is the heartland of Bharat, the heart of Bharat. And people from here went into two different directions. There was migration eastwards and there was one migration westwards. And the westward migration went all the way till Gandhar. What is Gandhar? It's quite easy. Gandhar. Who knows?
Afghanistan.
Yeah, Gandhar became Kandahar, which is now Afghanistan, right? So there was a migration like that. And if you study the location of these various tribes, this is what we find. We find that the Anus were located in Punjab. These were the five. Okay, so Maharaj Yayati had 5 sons. He gave 5 sons, 5 different regions in Bharat. As you can see, I'll move the cursor. Anu was given the Punjab region. Yadu was given Maharashtra and the Gujarat region. Puru was given the heartland of Bharat. Okay, and Turvasu was given the southern region. And Druhyu got the regions of Gandhar. Now this is geographically proven. If you want a detailed thesis and analysis, I can provide that based on my research and also multiple other researchers. So Maharaj Yayati, during this very ancient time, he divided the lands of the Indian subcontinent into 5 regions and he gave to 5 sons. Oh, you take care of Gandhar, you take care of Punjab, you take care of Gujarat, you take care of Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, you take care of South India. He divided these 5 lands. And he gave these 5 lands to 5 different sons, and it was okay during his time. But as time progressed, there were conflicts between the sons of Druhyu, I mean the descendants of Druhyu and the descendants of Anu. So there were a lot of conflicts and wars between the Druhyus and the Anus. So in due course of time, now this is where Europe starts. Now listen carefully, this is where the European history will start coming into play. This is going to be interesting from this point onwards. So the Druhyus were a tribe located in Gandhar, and they had striking similarities with one tribe in Europe, okay, which will be coming in the next slide. So the Druhyus decided at a certain point of time, which is most likely around 3000 years back, or between 3000 to 3500 years back, the Druhyus decided enough is enough, we are leaving. We are leaving, we don't want to stay here. And then we see a gradual migration of the Druhyus, and Druhyus going and settling down far and far and far, all the way in a region called as Denmark. Yeah, the Druhyu's history concludes, gets finished, or most of Druhyu history is wiped out or completed or finished in Gandhar, Afghanistan, and a new history, a new chapter starts of the Druhyus. Now we see many Indians, they look for migration, they say, oh, Europe is so beautiful and like to settle here. The Druhyus did the same thing. They find this land to be very fascinating, very beautiful, and probably peaceful, because there are a lot of kingdoms and tribes there in India, right? So probably a very peaceful place. So the Druhyus had come and settled here. Interestingly, in the history of Britain, when you study the history of Britain or United Kingdom, there is a description which clearly mentions that the civilizational waves, see there are multiple civilizational waves which had entered North Europe, and one of them was from the Druids. So Druhyu history gets complete, finished in Gandhar, and gets started in North Europe, specifically Denmark and also in United Kingdom and some other parts, probably in Scandinavian regions also. So now this is again could be a theory. How could you prove that Druhyus are actually Druids? This question will come. So we will go deeper into this thing, that both Druhyus and Druids worshipped nature, and nature in the sense, not like they are just waving in the air and worshipping. They worship deities representing nature, like for example sun or the moon or probably Indra, the god of thunder, the god of lightning. So Druhyus did this, Druids also did this. There are a lot of similarities, and the most interesting thing is that they had so much similarity in their worship methodology. Now you see this. Who is this?
Lakshmi?
Yeah, note carefully how she is standing. She is standing on a lotus and she is worshipped by two elephants. Jalabhishek, Abhisheka, Jalabhishek, right? So this iconography has nothing to do with Europe. Has nothing to do with Europe. Europe doesn't have any goddess in the distant past who is worshipped in this way, that elephants are doing Jalabhishek and standing on lotus kind of iconography. That kind of form is not found. Please come. Is not found in, probably you can clear some way for that. Come a little forward. Yeah. Right, so in Europe, this iconography has no meaning or no sense whatsoever, unless you connect it with the Vedic culture of India. You see this? This is a very fascinating coin found in Denmark. This is a 2200-year-old coin. This is found in Denmark, and the place is called as Gunderstrup Cauldron. Gunderstrup Cauldron. Very beautiful place, very fascinating place. It has evidences of the Druid culture, becoming more and more mature in Europe. North Europe specifically, northwestern Europe. So when you study this iconography, can you see very carefully, exact same iconography. We have the elephants, okay, and elephants are doing Jalabhishek on top of this female goddess and standing on a lotus iconography. Exactly same as Lakshmi. There is no way that it could be any other goddess. Now first let's be clear, is it a male goddess or a male god or a female goddess? If you have any doubt regarding that. It's clearly a female goddess if you can understand. Right? So being worshipped by elephants, iconography only in, it's applicable only for Lakshmi Devi. And I have missed one slide here. Oh great, I have it. I'm so fortunate. Yes. So what's this? This is another fascinating detail found in Gunderstrup Cauldron. In Gunderstrup Cauldron, you're not able to see Mataji, please come here. Why you need to struggle so much? Okay, you're getting here. Probably here if you want. It's okay. Okay. So this is another fascinating seal, or a little bigger size seal. I would say it's not a seal, it's carved on a jar kind of thing. A jar, or maybe a kind of bowl. It's carved on top of it. This is the famous we saw today morning. We saw today morning, right? The famous? Many of you were part of today's session. Yeah, it's obvious. Okay, I didn't listen. Sorry. So this is the famous Pashupati. And this is again dated to 2200 years. Found where? Not in India. Found where? Denmark. Ganderstrup Cauldron. So in Ganderstrup Cauldron, you see, fascinatingly, you have to watch this. See this. Watch those 3 leaves very carefully. This is from Denmark, and we have Pashupati carving here, and we have 3 leaves between his horns. Okay? 3 leaves. And interestingly, these 3 leaves, okay, I'm zooming it here. Okay, these are the 3 leaves. Now why this is important? Because this is from the Ashwatha tree. I think, how do you call Ashwatha in English? Banyan tree? Banyan tree. And have you by any chance seen a banyan tree growing in Denmark? Have you by any chance? By the wildest chances, a banyan tree in Denmark? I personally have done my research trying to find if there is presence of banyan trees, and I didn't find it. Now this is a very fascinating data, because in Indus Valley civilization, where the Druhyus used to be part of, banyan tree iconography, banyan tree symbols were very important, were very prominent. This is from the Indus Valley civilization. See here? Banyan tree leaves were very important, but not so much in Europe. So the banyan tree symbolism, Pashupati, they have been carried forward from India all the way till Denmark. And of course, Denmark was not a country at that time, separate country. It was a region, different kingdoms used to, the geography kept changing. But imagine that the Vedic culture had, in a slightly modified form, had reached North Europe, in Denmark. So this is the Pashupati seal. I think it came just now, Mataji. This is the previous. Okay, this is this coin of Lakshmi found in Denmark, Ganderstrup Cauldron. So the speciality of this tree and the leaves is that in Gita, Krishna says that among trees I am Ashwatha. Among trees I am Ashwatha. And even in the Buddhist religion, this tree is very important. The Buddha is said to have attained his, how do you call it? Enlightenment, correct. Enlightenment while sitting below a banyan tree. So banyan tree is very important in Buddhist religion as well. If you go to a Buddhist country, never dare to disturb a banyan tree or try to harm it. Will be probably arrested. It's that important. They really respect the banyan tree. Probably like how important it is for a Vaishnava, how Tulsi is important for a Vaishnava. Similarly, banyan tree is very important for a Buddhist because Buddha attained his enlightenment below a banyan tree. Now, how in the world would a banyan tree symbolism reach Europe? Just think about it, because it clearly shows that there is a migration. There has been some migration or a contact between people from India or places where Ashwatha was growing, and we clearly see that in Indus Valley civilization there was Pashupati. There is also Ashwatha. There is also evidences of these Ashwatha leaves. Okay, so clearly goes to show to the fact that there has been a migration from Druhyus to Druids. Druhyu to Druid is a complete 1 hour seminar. I am giving very briefly just 5 minutes of the summary of the movement of the Druhyus and how they became the Druids. Now coming to the next interesting migration or interesting impact. This is from West Asia. Have you heard of this country named Turkey? Yeah. Right? Very famous and prominent country. So in Turkey, the impact of these gods was very prominent. As you can see here from the treaty between Hittite king Sipulu Liama and Mitanni king Shativaza. These were 2 different kings from 2 different kingdoms. They did a treaty. You understand what is a treaty? Agreement. An agreement, right? 2 kings are doing a treaty, an agreement, and in this treaty, in this agreement, they are invoking 4 gods, 4 devatas. And who are these devatas? Indra, Mitra, Varuna and Nasatya. Indra, clear? Mitra, clear? Who is Mitra? In Sanskrit, the word Mitra means friend. So who is Mitra?
He was worshipped in the Roman armies.
Who? I mean, who is in Vedic culture? No. Krishna is, of course, Mitra, but not, there was one Devata by the name of Mitra. Any guesses?
The moon god?
No. Moon god cannot be considered a Mitra because he will just vanish at sometimes.
Sun?
Yes. Sun god Surya Dev was known as Mitra. Om Mitraya Namaha is a very prominent verse found in the Vedas invoking the sun god of Surya Dev. So Mitra worship was very prominent and therefore they invoked, hey Indra, hey Mitra, and third one is Varuna. Who is Varuna?
God of the waters.
God of waters. And Nasatya. Any guesses? One of the 2 Ashwini Kumaras was Nasatya. So they are invoking one Ashwini Kumar, Indra, Mitra and Varuna, found in Turkey. And you know the fascinating thing about this, they're dating. How old it is? You know this inscription, how old it is? This is nearly 3,400 years old.
10,000?
3,400. 3,400 years before, in Turkey, people used to worship the Vedic gods, Indra, Mitra, Varuna and Nasatya.
In which language is that?
This one is, I forgot. I'll do one thing. This, you can search this last name, Bogaskoy. You can search Bogaskoy inscriptions. You'll get the full details on Wikipedia.
And the names are
Exactly the same, yes. Bogaskoy inscriptions. I forgot because it's a long time since I've sung, more than 2 years. But I know the date is, all these data which I've given is very accurate. If you want to get exact details, search for Bogaskoy inscriptions. Bogaskoy inscriptions from Turkey. So now coming to the Hittite culture. Hittites were again an ancient tribe existing in parts of West Asia. So the Hittites also had a god by the name of, any guesses? His name was Indra, but they could not pronounce it. Indra became Indar, Indar became Inar. So there was a god by the name of Inar. There was a god by the name of Inar worshipped by the Hittites. Hittites were a very ancient tribe, 2,000, 3,000 years ago. So the Hittites worshipped Indra in a very similar form as described in our Puranas like Bhagavatam. So what is described is that Indra dominates the dragon or the big snake demon, and Vritrasura is often compared to a dragon-like or a snake-like creature, and Indra is known to have dominated it. So this is very famously described in our scriptures. So this story was very famous, so they had to carve it in the form of a statue. So that is Hittite Indra. Evidence of Vedic culture in Turkey. So any guesses what this is?
Shika.
When I don't type this text here, many times I go to colleges or maybe schools, some young boys and girls, they say, "Sir, it's a snake." It's not a snake, it's a shika. Right? So the head of a priest probably with a shika. This is found in Turkey. So there are multiple recorded points of emigration out of India. Emigration. There are 2 terms. One is immigration and another is emigration. One is coming inside, one is going outside. So we have multiple recorded points of emigration out of India. And prominent among them I have mentioned here. This is Parshuram's chasing of kings. Parshuram is chasing away many kings away from India. And this Parshuram was killing the Kshatriyas very powerfully. And many of these Kshatriyas, please come. Yeah. Many of these Kshatriyas were, very disturbed, and they ran away. The fear of Parshuram. You know the story that Parshuram was fiercely attacking So many of these kings went and settled in different parts of the globe. Then we have emigration number 2, which is the King Sagra. There was this famous king by the name of Maharaj Sagra. He used to do the same thing, chase away many kings, they settled in different parts of the globe. Maharaj Bharata did the same thing. And then we have Dasaragya battle. In Rig Veda describes about Dasaragya battle. Now what is Dasaragya battle? 10 different kings came together and attacked a king by the name of Maharaj Sudas of the Bharata Vamsha. There was a famous king mentioned in the Rig Veda by the name Maharaj Sudas. So Sudas fought against 10 kings, 10 powerful kings, yet Sudas won that battle. And he chased away many of these tribes and they went and settled in different parts of the globe. So just to give you an idea of all the new guests here, we are speaking about impact of Indian culture in Europe before 2000 years. So it's a very interesting seminar that way, so that you feel connected. Okay. So number 5 is battle between the 5 ancient kingdoms. So these 5 ancient kingdoms we showed you in the previous slides, right? Anu, Puru, Druhu, Yadu, Turvasu. The fights between them also led to the migration of many of these tribes. And Mahabharat battle was a mega battle from 73 kingdoms fought in that war. And after the war, it was huge disintegration because the power center was starting to get diluted. So in that way also many kingdoms started moving far and getting disconnected from Bharat and so on. And finally the drying up of Saraswati river at around, anyone remembers what was the date of Saraswati river drying? Great, so we saw that today morning. And we also have the Parsi sources. Parsi religion, Zoroastrian religion around 3500 years ago. They give a very interesting detail. They say in the Zen Avesta, which is like their Veda, how Veda is for us, it's Zen Avesta for them. In the Avesta, when they had one, it mentions that Hapta Hindu is one of the original 16 Iranian lands, homelands. Iranians came from 16 locations. Ancient Iranians came from 16 locations. And one of them was Hapta Hindu. Any guesses? Hapta Hindu. Hapta Hindu is Sapta Sindhu. They had problems pronouncing the S sound. Right? The word hepta is quite common here. I mean, I've heard many Europeans telling me that the hapta refers to 7, if I'm right. Right? So that comes from Sapta. Sapta mispronounced as hapta. So Sapta Sindhu becomes Hapta Hindu in the Iranian culture. And what they say is that Sapta Sindhu had, the Iranians came from 16 locations, 16 different parts surrounding Iran, and one of them was Hapta Hindu. Now what is Hapta Hindu? The 7 rivers which were flowing in Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and Kashmir. So all these 7 rivers were very important. Geographically we have multiple references in the Veda and the Mahabharata about the Sapta Sindhu. These 7 rivers were considered as the homeland of the Vedic culture. 7 rivers, Sapta Sindhu. So what the Iranians say that Sapta Sindhu is one of our homelands. So can you see again there is a migration from India to the west. Did you get it what I'm saying? It's from India to the west. Now coming to this topic, Yavana. Okay, Yavana. Now what exactly is the word Yavana? Yavana typically means who turns his face away, literally meaning who turns his face away or goes in the opposite direction or who removes himself or he keeps himself away. Right? So that name was given to those people who do not wanted to stay connected to Bharat, to probably Indraprastha or Hastina. So that was kind of a derogatory name. Oh, you are a Yavana. It had nothing to do with a race. It was derogating them for wanting to stay disconnected from the Vedic culture. Yavana, you are a Yavana, wanting to stay away. Right? You want to stay away, you are a Yavana. Then eventually the meaning became more and more negative in that sense. It became like a foreigner. It also meant a barbarian. Sometimes it refers to the Greeks also that they were Yavanas. Yes.
Greek is called Yavan.
I'm coming to that.
Oh, that's
Yeah. See, honestly speaking, this is a long seminar. I'm trying to go as fast as possible without compromising on the quality. We're going to cover that as well. Okay. So, the region of Bactria is north of Afghanistan approximately. Bactria to Iona. This was considered as the Yavana lands. The Yavanas were in part of, which means from Afghanistan till Iona. Now what is Iona? Iona, sorry?
In Greek?
Yeah, it refers to Greeks, but the Greeks were ruling Turkey at one point of time. And in Greece, there is a famous city by the name of Iona. Iona. In Turkey there is a famous city by the name of Iona, and that comes from a mispronunciation of the word Yavana. Yavana, Yauna, Iona. That's how the word comes into play. So clearly goes to show that the name, now it cannot be the other way around, that Iona is the original name and it became Yavana. Doesn't make sense. It could be mispronounced from Yavana to Iona, but not the other way around. Again, it's an indirect indication of a migration. Okay, so in Yavana, what happens is Yavana, it's either Yavana became Zoroastrian. All Greeks were considered in general to be Yavanas according to the Ashokan rock edicts, and Arabic, Turkic and Persians were together known as Yavana, Yauna, Yunana, that way, Yunani. All these words come into play from that point, Yunani and all that. So who are these Yavanas? So in Mahabharata also there is a description, and we see also in the Bhagavatam there is a description of a famous Yavana king by the name of Kalyavana. So Kalyavana is again from the west. He came, he is said to have come and he brought his army. There was a big fight and all that. So Yavana is mentioned in the Bhagavatam also, and in Mahabharata also Yavanas were part of the army of Kauravas. The Kauravas employed Yavanas to fight in the Mahabharata war. And they were classified as people of North India, not Europe. Yavanas were classified as people of North India, along with Kamboja, Gandhar, Kirata. So when you see this Kamboja and Gandhar, Kirata, these are all tribes in the northwest of modern day India, which is around Afghanistan, parts of Iran. So this was where the Yavanas used to stay during the Mahabharata period. I'll come to the geography further deeply. So Yavana is located in the west. Brihat Samhita of Vrahamira mentions that the northwest region is inhabited by the Mlechahi Yavana, the Mlechas and Yavanas. And Mullai Pattu, again a 2300-year-old Tamil literature, it speaks of the Yavanas from the west. Now, this is the most fascinating detail when you study deeply about the history of Yavanas. There is this migration. This is the migration pattern of the great Pandav brother by the name of Nakula. See, here's Nakula. As you can see here, this is, this is Indraprastha. So, Nakula is given the task of conquering the western direction. 4 Pandavas get 4 directions. Okay? 4 Pandavas get 4 directions. You know this story that Maharaj Yudhishthir stays back in Indraprastha and he tells to 4 brothers, all 4 of you go to 4 different directions and conquer. Right? Bhima goes all the way till northeast and probably even further, northeast India. And Arjun goes to parts of Tibet and parts of even further above Kashmir, further more than Kashmir. And Nakula goes all the way till, parts of Pakistan and maybe even touching till Afghanistan. That was Nakula's trip. Okay, and Sahadev goes all the way till Lanka. It's all described in the Mahabharata. It's all described. So when you study Nakula's patterns, it is said that the last kingdom which he conquered, you see all these different kingdoms he conquered. You can see here, Indraprastha, Rohitaka, then he goes to Malava, Mulasthan. Mulasthan is Multan. There is this city called Multan in Pakistan. Right? Multan comes from Mahabharat's Mulasthan. Right? So these are cities of the Mahabharata period which got their name. So then he goes to Shivi Chakravarti. He was ruling from this, which is now in Pakistan, of course. And then Kaikaya kingdom, Kaikeyi from this kingdom, again now in Pakistan. Then Uttara Jyotisha, Takshashila, and all the way till the last kingdom which Nakula conquered was Yavana kingdom. So the Yavanas were pretty close to modern day India 5000 years back. Okay, now coming further. Okay, we got it. So Agni Puran also refers. Now these are all too many details of Yavana, so a little speed up here. So this is all geography of the Yavanas which we have covered in great depth. I'll give it a little skip. This is from Buddhist sources and Mahavastu and all that. Now coming to a little perspective of the Iranian sources. Now this is Naqsh Rustam inscription. In this King Darius, 2500 years back, he says that by the favor of Ahura Mazda, these are the countries which I seized outside of Persia. I ruled over them, they bore tribute to me, they did what was said to them, they held my law firmly. Media, Elam, Parthia, Arya, Bactria, Sogdia, Chorasmia, Drangiana, Arachosia, Satagidya, Gandhara, which is Gandhar, and India Hindus. So the word Hindu, we can see one of the earliest references to this word Hindu, which is Sindhu, Hindu, Hindu, these are connected in that way. So this is the earliest reference. Then we have, now coming to very, very fascinating detail, because generally devotees from the West and even people, the ordinary people in West, they feel many times disconnected from, the spiritual practices of India. They feel like, what is this? These people are simply dancing and chanting. This is not our culture, not our religion. And what people in India think, wow, this is so amazing, yeah, Westerners are dancing, they are dancing for kirtan, this is so amazing, yeah. Sometimes they even think maybe something wrong with them. Right? Anyway, so they are very excited and surprised. How can Westerners become devotees? Wow, they are very amazed and surprised. But the fact of the matter is, this is not a new thing. Westerners coming to the bhakti of Krishna or following the Vedic culture of India is not a new thing. It is not created just 50 or 100 years back. It is a very ancient thing. Because Krishna is not God of the Indians alone. It's not that, Indians have a copyright over Krishna. That Krishna is just ours and nobody else should worship it, or we decide how. It was not like that. People from all across the world used to be connected to Krishna. They used to worship him. One such example is this famous pillar called as Heliodorus pillar. Heliodorus pillar is 2200 years old. Heliodorus was a devotee of Krishna. And he writes, this Garuda pillar erected for Vasudeva. Okay, I'll give you a context. He is coming from Takshashila. He is a traveler going to meet the king of Kashi, Kashiputra Bhagabhadra. And on the way, he stops at Madhya Pradesh in a place called as Vidisha district. And there is this famous region called as Besnagar. And in Besnagar, he constructs a temple for Vasudeva. And right opposite to the temple, see, every temple has a Garuda pillar. Do you have a Garuda pillar here?
Yeah.
Garuda Stambha.
Outside.
Yeah. Every Vishnu temple has a Garuda Stambha. So similarly, probably we should have an inscription and then Garuda pillar. Right? Because because 1000 years later, 2000 years later, somebody will come and see that this was this famous Radhadesh temple in 2025 CE or whatever it is. So this is how the inscriptions used to be carved. In Garuda pillar, he has written that for Vasudeva, I am constructing this temple. And my name is Bhagavat Heliodorus. And I am the son of Dion. And I am constructing this temple and I am going to meet Kashiputra Bhagabhadra. And this particular temple or pillar is dated to 2200 years old. This is not a new thing. So even before the period of Christianity, there were devotees from the West who had a Greek name, Heliodorus, who were devotees of Krishna. And they had constructed temples for Krishna in India, in modern day India. Okay? So, again I'll clip it. Okay, now we'll come to one of the most fascinating details of the entire discussion. I mean, we have just started scraping the surface and Kala Devata is not that merciful towards us. That's already, I think, what's the exact time now? 6:33. We have to conclude by 7 because there is Gaur Arati. So we'll try to do as much as possible. So this is the famous traveler by the name of Megasthenes. I think some of you have attended this part. I had covered it briefly in previous sessions. Okay, Megasthenes is a famous Greek traveler. 2200 years ago, he came to India. And he describes that he is staying in the court of a king named Sandrocotus. Now what is Sandrocotus? It's basically a mispronunciation of the word Chandragupta. So the Greeks had problem pronouncing certain names. So Chandragupta they had mispronounced as Sandrokotos. Okay, in the court of Sandrokotos, he stayed in the court of Sandrokotos and he gives a very fascinating historical detail. Some of you have already listened to it, but most of you I don't think have listened to it, so I'm creating it again here. That he says, Megasthenes says that he was staying, he had attended a place by the name of, he came to a city which was known as Methora. Any guesses? 2300 years back. He came to a city by the name of Methora. It's clear. Mathura. And in Methura there was a river flowing, and that river was called by the name of? Sorry? No. It was called by the name Jobares. Just like how Ganga became Ganges, Jamuna became Jobares. So he says, in the city of Methura, the river Jobares is flowing, and along the banks of Jobares, there is this tribe by the name of Sor Senoi. Any guesses what is Sor Senoi? Shursen, which means of the Shursen dynasty, and they are worshipping a famous person by the name of
Krishna.
That's not right. Heracles. Heracles. Okay. Heracles. He is worshipping. Shursena people are worshipping this famous person by the name of Heracles. Now, who exactly is Heracles? We'll go deeper into it. So, what happened in during the colonial period? That the identity of Heracles was forced upon this difference. So, what the British tried to create, and even some scholars, even in the modern times, they tried to create, is that Heracles is actually a Greek god. Because there was actually a Greek god by the name of Heracles. There is still a Greek god by the name of Heracles. So they created this narrative that Indians were actually worshipping a Greek god Heracles. Okay, so now my question is, why would somebody in Mathura, the land of Krishna, and where Yamuna is flowing, Jobares is flowing, and the Shursena people, who are basically the Yadavas, would worship a Greek god Heracles? Would not make any sense to me at least. So in reality, this Heracles is likely to be a mispronunciation of the word Hari Kula Isha. Hari, who is the Kula Isha of Shurasena. So he might have heard this because they have a habit of mispronunciation. Like how Ganga becomes Ganges and Chandragupta became Sandrokotos. So this is most likely that Hari Kula Isha Shurasena means Hari, who is the Kula Isha. Kula Isha means the Kuls, the family's god, the family god. Krishna was the family god of the Yadavas, family god of the Shurasenas. It's likely that he misunderstood and he said, oh, the Greek god Heracles and Indian Krishna or Indian god they have many similarities. So it's most likely that this is, I'll prove it how in further slides I'll prove it is actually that it is Krishna. See, Heracles and Krishna have a lot of similarities. Okay, one similarity is both of them have the dragon taming story or snake taming story. Krishna dominates the Kaliya, Heracles dominates the Hydra. Okay, and in the Greek version, in the writings of many Greek writers, I think possibly Ptolemy in 18, they describe of, please come inside. You're free to come, please come. So, describes the fight between Porus and Alexander. Porus and Alexander. So you must be aware that Alexander invaded into India, tried to invade into India, and there was this famous king called as Porus who was defending India. So in the army of Porus, it is said by Greek sources that the Indians used to carry the photo of Heracles. Now just imagine if France and Germany had a fight during the Second World War. For instance, I am saying for an example, would France or the French army like to carry a portrait of Hitler? Or maybe any Greek person or a famous Greek person, any German person. They would not want to carry a German figure in their army. Why would they do that? Doesn't make sense. So when Alexander and Porus are fighting, Porus army is carrying the photo of Heracles, as said by Greek sources. So it definitely cannot be the Greek god Heracles. Why? It doesn't make any sense to carry the photo of your, because Alexander was a Greek and his god was Heracles. Doesn't make any sense for the army of Porus to carry the photo of a Greek god. So clearly goes to show from multiple evidences. Again, this is again a detailed discussion, but I am giving you a brief idea. So this is clearly Krishna. And the culture of Heracles worship had carried forward all the way till West Asia and also parts of Africa as well. Heracles. So much so that the Phoenicians, which Phoenicians were basically the Vedic Pan. In the Vedic literature, in the Vedas specifically, there is a tribe by the name of Pan, P-A-N. And these Pans eventually became the Phoenicians. Have you heard by any chance? There is a group of people, Phoenicians. Phoenicians are basically the Vedic Pans. Right?
They're the ones that invented the money. The nations invented money.
You need to reconsider that.
Oh.
Yeah. So, Stromatis in his writings, he says that the Brahmanas, you know who is a Brahmana? Brahmana. They were Sattvic. Sattvic in the sense, he didn't use the word Sattvic, he said they are very peaceful, they are austere, they believe in rebirth, and they despised death. They neither eat anything which has life, they don't take wine, and they worship Heracles. Okay, so there are a lot of similarities between Krishna, how the killing of Banasur episode, and Heracles killing of Geryon's episode. So when Megasthenes came into India, it is likely that seeing so many similarities between Hari and Heracles, he would have presumed that these two are same. But in no way they are the same personalities. It is possible that the Greek Heracles could have got some qualities based on Indian Hari. So in general, you will see this is a fascinating thing, very fascinating, that in Indo-European cultures, among the different pagan cultures, you will find that this is a very common trend. The common trend is there will be a king who will be a bad guy, a tyrant, an usurper, and there will be a princess. There will be a princess related to the king, and there will be a prophecy. There will be a prophecy that the prince's child will kill the king. You get the idea? There will be a king, and one princess will be related to the king, and there will be a prophecy that the king will be killed by the prince's child. Okay, and the king becomes disturbed and he puts the girl in prison. And number 5, the hero is born supernaturally. Supernatural birth of a hero. Okay, and point number 6, hero is revealed gradually, everybody comes to know, oh, the hero is there, he's in Vrindavan, for example, They start identifying the hero, and generally that hero is raised by cowherds. Not just in India, this is not just in India I'm saying that among multiple Indo-European cultures, the hero culture is following this pattern, exact same pattern. That's very fascinating. Okay, and then he's raised by cowherds, and then he grows up and becomes an exceedingly strong person and kills monstrous creatures. He comes back to the capital and kills the king. And 10, he frees his parents. Okay, he frees his parents, he becomes a king or installs someone else as a king. He creates a new city. Example? Any examples? Correct. Dwarka creates a new city, wins a princess. Example? Rukmini. Defeats other kings. Example? After a long life, leaves the world in strange or unexpected circumstances. Now this is the pattern. These 15 points are pattern among all or most of these Indo-European cultures. Now is this by chance that all of them are following the same pattern? Think about it for a moment. Right? Now we have just 15 minutes more. I think question and answers we will take it outside. So we'll try to cover as much as possible. This is a very interesting detail referring to Dion. Dion is an amazing historical reference. Now, who is Dion? Dion is a Greek writer, and Dion says Greek writer Dion Chrysostom says that Indians possessed an Iliad of 100,000 verses. You know what is the Iliad and Odyssey? These are epics of the Greek culture. Iliad and Odyssey, right? So what Dion says that Indians possess an Iliad, instead of using the word epic, for him epic is interchangeable with the word Iliad. Iliad is an epic, epic is an Iliad. He thought it that way. Like for example,
Bible.
sorry?
Like people use Bible just to mean
As the holy book. When somebody says holy book, they give Bible. When they say Bible, it's the holy book. So it is interchangeable, you know. So in that way, epic means Iliad, Iliad means epic. So when he came to India, or he got information about Indian sources, he says that Indians possessed an Iliad of 100,000 verses. And among all the epics, the only epic which 100,000 verses in the whole planet, in fact, that is one and only Mahabharata. Mahabharata is the only epic. So if somebody says, oh, Mahabharata, for your information, Mahabharata's earliest manuscript, you know how old it is? 1,000 years old. The earliest manuscript of Mahabharata, which we have today, the oldest, is 1,000 years. Why? Because the manuscripts won't survive forever. You need to constantly recopy it, create new versions based on the old versions. Because these are all not durable materials, the palm leaves. They will get destroyed one day or the other. So you need to recopy it. So the oldest manuscript is 1,000 years. But, for example, we have Gita here. The Gita is printed, this particular copy in the cupboard might be printed 10 years back. But the shloka itself is very ancient. Correct? So similarly, Mahabharata manuscript might be new. But based on these references, we can understand that the Mahabharata book itself was very ancient. And therefore, we have Greek writers referring to the Mahabharata. Why would they do that? The Indians possess an Iliad of 100,000 verses. Now it's becoming more and more interesting. We are entering into a very famous Greek traveler, but he is anonymous. Nobody knows his name. His book is very famous. The book is called Periplus of the Erythraean Sea. He says that trade with the Indian harbour of Barigaza. He describes of a famous city by the name of Barigaza. Barigaza. What is Barigaza? Barigaza is basically, again, a mispronunciation of the word Brigukacha. Bhrigu Muni used to stay in that place, and today Brigukacha is famously known as the city of, if you know Gujarat, Bharuch. There is a famous city in India, Bharuch. So Bharuch gets its name from Brigukacha. So Brigukacha becomes Barigaza, and then he also says, he describes extensively about the city of, the port city of Baraka. Baraka. Now the Jain sources have also mispronounced in a similar way. Dwaravati becomes Bharavati. Dwaravati becomes Bharavati in Jain sources. So similarly, Greek sources have also mispronounced the word Dwaraka as Baraka. I have done a detailed analysis of how the port city of Dwaraka and its geographical description in the Periplus matches with the modern city of Dwaraka. I have done that in my book. When you read my book, you will get in chapter 11. But this is, I'm giving you a brief idea with that. Okay, now it's becoming more. We have, let me just quickly see what all I can cover. Oh, we have a lot. Okay, so okay, what I'll do is I'll cover Mithraism. I think that's very important. We cover the Mithra culture and Kirmida, and this is also very interesting. Okay, let me just cover the Kirmida. So, the Mahabharata mentions of a tribe by the name of Kirmida, connected to Bhima. And the history of Kirmidas is described as that they were a branch of the Shaka dynasty. Shaka dynasty, and Shakasthan was a very famous kingdom during the 3,500 years back, 4,000 years back. And Shakasthan became Sistan. In Iran there is a province, Sistan Baluchistan province. Because Baluchistan is partly in Iran and partly in Pakistan. Sistan Baluchistan province. So Sistan comes from the word Shakastan. And Shaka, they were branch of Shakas, and these Kirmira dynasty, they went far and far and far, and they became the Gimirais. And the Bible mentions that one group of authors of the Bible were the Gimirais. Kirmira from the Mahabharata period. Okay? And apart from that, we have Surya, Mitra worship very prominently spread across the Indo-European culture. Like Mitra was very, very important, extremely important. If you do a proper archaeology across Europe, you will keep finding Mitra, you will keep finding Indra, because they were very famous and very important. The Romans, the Greeks gave huge importance to Mitra. Now, since I am doing this program here in Europe, I think it's very important that I'll introduce you to one very interesting temple which I have not shown here in my slide. You see, this is London Mithraeum. Now, how many of you have been to London? How many have been to this place? London Mithraeum. Now, if you go to London, make it a point that you will visit this place. This is right in the heart of London city, next to the Buckingham Palace. You see here, this is London Mithraeum and Buckingham Palace. See how close it is. Just 2.8 miles. This is the temple of Mitra, which was constructed by the Romans. And you know the size of it is 2.8 acres. And this was found by chance. During the Second World War, this entire area was bombed by the Allied forces. So after the war was over, the people in United Kingdom thought, we need to clean up the mess, we need to dig deeper. What if another war happens and we are in trouble? So we need to dig deeper and make sure that we clean up the mess and we make a proper foundation. So when they did that, when they dig deeper, they found deeper, something, some sites below. And they went deeper, excavated wider, 2.8 acres of underground temple of Mitra, the sun god Mitra, Surya Dev Mitra, found right in London city. And Mitra was that important that was there in the Parsi culture, he was there in the Greek culture, he was worshipped by the Romans, he was worshipped by multiple of these pagan religions and cultures. Mitra was extremely important during the ancient times. We have this inscription also, Mogasco inscriptions, going back to 3,400 years. So this is the Greek version of Mitra, as you can see here, Helios. Okay, this is Greek Helios. Can you see the similarities? This is the Greek Helios. See the chariot, see the number of horses, see the way he's standing on the chariot. See how this is the Indian Surya, and this is the Greek Helios. See the similarities. The number of horses, the iconography is so strikingly similar. Okay. So Mitra worship was very prominent. God of light, God of sun, became the god of Helios. Okay, from Spain, all the way from Spain, the west, extreme west of Europe, all the way till India. The worship of Mitra was very, very prominent, extremely important during the ancient times. And to conclude, we will have a discussion on the Ashwamedha. Archaeology has also given evidences of Ashwamedha worship in Europe. You know this tradition of Ashwamedha, that the horse will be floated around, challenge. If anybody dares to stop the horse, this will be considered as a challenge to the king. And once the horse successfully comes back, the horse will be sacrificed. So this tradition has been found in the archaeological record. You see here, in the Greek, Roman, Celtic and Nordic cultures used to follow the Ashwamedha practice 2500, 3000, 3500 years back. It's proven in the archaeological record. So horse sacrifice in Mesopotamia is also documented in a liturgical text which mentions god Marduk. And it belongs to the Babylonians related to gods Shamash and Adad. So like that. I mean, we can go deeper into all these aspects, but just to give you an idea. So my conclusion is like this. The conclusion is that it is possible that the original Vedic culture had impacted the classical Greeks in multiple ways. One possible way is that through the ancient Yavanas and because we know these ancient Yavanas were existing in Afghanistan, and it's possible that they impacted through the Zoroastrians, which is the Parsis of Iran. They had impacted through the Buddhists. Buddhists also had a great impact on the classical Greeks, and also through the Hittites, Egyptians, through Hughes. And they had their own local culture also, their own local flavor also. So I'm not saying Greeks are fully impacted by India or the Vedic culture. What I'm saying is that in multiple ways, the Greeks have been impacted by the Vedic culture, and also they had their own flavor and their own culture as well. So what we got is a very unique identity and a unique culture going back to 2,500, 3,000 years and so on. So we tried to cover just the Greeks here and some part of the worldwide Vedic heritage, Mitra, Varuna and all that. Again, we have just 5 minutes before we conclude. So I would like to keep the questions and answers outside. Before we conclude, since my trip is going to come to an end, I would recommend that if you have any questions, you can connect with me outside and we can stay in touch. I'm more than happy to help devotees with this kind of content, which they can help a lot in preaching. Because the difficulty which we face here often in Europe is there is a disconnection between the European audience and us, basically. So this is very useful information, very powerful information which you can use in preaching, and this can come very handy when you are wanting to connect with people here. So all this information, in fact most of this information is well documented in the book Mahabharat Myth or History, chapter 13. Chapter 13 of the book Mahabharat Myth or History, if you see, there is an entire section of how Mahabharat, Krishna and the Vedic culture has impacted different parts of the globe. So it's a must read if you have that book. It also answers much of your queries. It's also a good bridge which you can create here with the people here. So with this, I conclude and thank you so much. I think probably tomorrow will be the last session, but I mean some of you I might not meet tomorrow. So I personally wanted to thank all of you for the amazing affection and the kind of love which was provided here the last 4 days or so. I'm now going to move to the next country and then back to India. So really acknowledge all the devotees here, including the management, Mahaprabhu and many other devotees who have made this a very nice trip, very memorable trip for me. In fact, my plan was not to come here. My plan was to go to the US and the trip got cancelled, or rather I would say delayed. The event there got delayed, and then I had said okay for coming here, and I did not want to back off. So I said okay, let's make it happen. And also I wanted to mainly go for the communications program. So I thought coming here and going would be better in many circumstances for many scenarios which I was in at that point of time. And it was all Prabhu. It was him who made this trip happen, and really thank him and acknowledge all the devotees for all the love, support and everything else. Hopefully we will meet again. I'm not sure when, because I have many things which I'm taking care of. So great, thank you so much. Hare Krishna. So I think we have just 2 minutes for the Gaur Aarti. We'll conclude here. If anybody wants books and signature, I'm outside, and we can start preparing for the Gaur Aarti. I think that would be good. And any questions we can meet outside. Okay, thank you so much. Hare Krishna. This is a coin which I could not explain. This is a coin from very similar points found in the biblical record matching with Lakshmi. So, thank you.
It will be in the evening. Which topic will be there? Tomorrow evening.
This will be on how old is the Vedic culture.
How old is the Vedic culture?
You understand? But it's tomorrow morning, right?
Evening.
In the morning there's also.
You're not giving the class morning in the morning?
One thing I want to share that this session is actually a 6-session course. This is a 6-session course which we try to crush into one session. It's a long course. Hopefully we'll put something online soon.
So for now is this
Kiba Jayo Jayo Gora Chander Aratiko Shobha Jana Vitatavane Jagamanaloma Dakine Tai Chan Bamega Dadara Nikate Advaita Shrini Vasa Chatradara Vasi Ache Gorachan Ratna Simhasane Arati Korena Brahma Adi Devagane Narahari Adikori Chamaradulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Goshadigaya Shankar Baje Ganta Baje Baje Karatala Fast Madhuramridanga Baje Paramarasala Shankha Baje Ganta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Shankha Baje Ganta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Madhur 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 Baje Madhur 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 Baje Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitya Gaur Hari Bol Bahu Koti Chandrajini Vadana Ujvala Gala Deshe Vanamala Kore Jalamala Shiva Shuka Narada Premegada Gada Bhakati Vinoda Dekhe Gorara Sampada Kiba Jayo Jayo Gora Chander Aratiko Shobha Jana Vitatavane Jagamanaloba Gorangera Rotik Shobha Jagajanamana Gorangera Rotik Shobha Jagajanamana Loba Jagajana Manaloba Jagajana Manaloba Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
His divine grace, AC Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai Om Vishwanath Maharaj Jai Sutta AC Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Ki Jai. And not the Koti Vaishnav in the Ki Jai. She Radha Krishna Gopinath Shamakul Radha Kundgiri Govardhan Ki Jai. Navadvi Dham Ki Jai. Jagannathpuri Dham Ki Jai. Radhadesh Dham Ki Jai. Gangavaye Ki Jai. Nimurvaye Ki Jai. Tulasi Devi Maharani Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Transcendental Book Distribution Ki. Mahaprashadam Ki. All glories to seven devotees. All glories to seven devotees. All glories to seven devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Sri Prabhupada. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya.
Padim Sharanam Prapadye Abakara Kamala Varinakam Abuta Shingam Dalita Hiranya Kashipu Tanu Bringham Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hari Jaya Jagadisha Hari Jaya Jagadisha Hari Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Nishimade Jaya Nishimade Jaya Nishimade Jaya Nishimade Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Shri Bhagavan ki jai, Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. So thank you for coming. We're going to read Krishna book now for 45 minutes. So Krishna book is Srila Prabhupada's commentary and rendition of the 10th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. And we do this every day. So please find a chair, find a seat. But before we do it, we sing a little song to get us in the mood. Take it away, back to Ray.
Krishna, 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 Hey, Krishna, 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 Krishna. Krishna, 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 Hey.
Krishna, 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 Hey.
Krishna, 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 Rakshama.
Krishna, 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 Rakshama.
Krishna, 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 Parima.
Krishna, 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 Parima.
Krishna, Rama, Raghava, Rama, Raghava, Rakshama. Rama, Raghava, Rama, Raghava, Rama, Raghava, Rakshama. Krishna, Keshava, Krishna, Keshava, Krishna, Keshava, Parima. Krishna, Keshava, Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Could you give Prabhupada his glasses? Could you give Prabhupada his glasses? Do you understand? It was like new. Huh? So, we had just started from the beginning. You read the introduction from George Harrison, and we're now starting at the introduction, isn't it?
It was
Prefaces. Oh.
page 16 of the preface.
Page 16 of the preface. Really. And that's it. So, look at my glasses. Nice of you to join.
Thank you.
Is it de eerste keer dat jullie iets
Ja, zeker.
Oké.
Wees nog wel, ja.
Goed.
Ja.
Oké, goed zo. Ik heb het een beetje uitgelegd. Het boek gaat over Krishna. En allerlei verschillende manieren die hij doet als hij 5000 jaar geleden op aarde is.
Okay.
En soms is het heel filosofisch, soms is het heel schattig, soms is het ook een beetje like, wow, a little bit of everything. But now we had an introduction, preface, page number XV116, that is, no?
Yeah.
Right. And we have seen many rich persons, many powerful persons, and many famous persons. Many beautiful persons, and many learned and scholarly persons, and persons in the renounced order of life, unattached to material possessions. But we have never seen any one person who is unlimitedly and simultaneously wealthy, powerful, famous, beautiful, wise, and unattached. Like Krishna, in the history of humanity, Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is a historical person who appeared on this earth 5,000 years ago. He stayed on this earth for 125 years and played exactly like a human being, but his activities were unparalleled. From the very beginning of his appearance to the moments of his disappearance, every one of his activities is unparalleled in the history of the world. And therefore, anyone who knows what we mean by Godhead will accept Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. No one is equal to the Godhead, and no one is greater than him. That is the import of the familiar saying, God is great. There are various classes of men in the world who speak of God in different ways. But according to the Vedic literatures, and according to the great acharyas or world teachers, the authorized persons versed in the knowledge of God in all ages, like Acharya Sankara, Ramanuja, Madhva, Vishnu Swami, Lord Chaitanya, and all their followers, by disciplic succession, all unanimously agree that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As far as we, the followers of the Vedic civilization, are concerned, we accept the Vedic history of the whole universe, which consists of different planetary systems, called Swargaloka, or the higher planetary systems, Marchaloka, or the intermediate planetary systems, and Patalaloka, or the lower planetary system. The modern historians of this earth cannot supply historical evidence of the events that occurred before 5,000 years, and the anthropologists say that 40,000 years ago Homo sapiens had not appeared on this planet, because evolution has not reached that point. But the Vedic histories, such as the Puranas and the Mahabharata, relate human histories which extend millions and billions of years into the past. Jai. No more nonsense.
We're on now page 17.
It's X511. It's not 17, but before the normal numbers, you have the Roman numbers.
It's in the preface.
It's before. Before the pictures. Before the pictures. You see the corner, there's Roman numbers, the old ones. You know how you can spell it? X is 10, V is 5.
For example, from these literatures we have given the histories of Krishna's appearances and disappearances millions and billions of years ago. In the 4th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna tells Arjuna that both he and Arjuna had many births before, and that he, Krishna, could remember all of them, but Arjuna could not. This illustrates the difference between the knowledge of Krishna and that of Arjuna. Arjuna might have been a very great warrior, a well-cultured member of the Kuru dynasty, but after all he was an ordinary human being, whereas Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the possessor of unlimited knowledge. Because he possesses unlimited knowledge, Krishna has a memory that is boundless. Krishna's knowledge is so perfect that he remembers all the incidents of his appearances some millions and billions of years in the past, but Arjuna's memory and knowledge are limited by time and space, for he is an ordinary human being. In the 4th chapter, Krishna states that he can remember instructing the lessons of the Bhagavad Gita some millions of years ago to the sun god Vivaswan. Nowadays it is the fashion of the atheistic class of men to try to become God by following some mystic process. Generally, the atheists claim to be God by dint of their imagination or their meditational prowess. Krishna is not that kind of God. He does not become God by manufacturing some mystic process of meditation, nor does he become God by undergoing the severe austerities of the mystic yoga process. Properly speaking, he never becomes God, because he is the Godhead in all circumstances. Within the prison of his maternal uncle Kamsa, where his father and mother were confined, Krishna appeared outside his mother's body as the four-handed Vishnu Narayan. Then he turned himself into a baby and told his father to carry him to the house of Nanda Maharaj and his wife Yashoda. When Krishna was just a small baby, the gigantic demoness Putana attempted to kill him, but when he sucked her breast, he pulled out her life. That is the difference between the real Godhead and a God manufactured in the mystic factory. Krishna had no chance to practice the mystic yoga process, yet he manifested himself as the Supreme Personality of Godhead at every step, from infancy to childhood, from childhood to boyhood, from boyhood to young manhood. In this book, Krishna, all of his activities as a human being are described. Although Krishna plays like a human being, he always maintains his identity as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Since Krishna is all attractive.
Since Krishna is all attractive, one should know that all his desires should be focused on Krishna. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said that the individual person is the proprietor or master of his own body, but the Krishna, who is the super soul present in one's heart, is the supreme proprietor and supreme master of each and every individual body. If we concentrate our loving propensities upon Krishna only, then immediately universal love, unity and tranquility will be automatically realized. When one waters the root of a tree, he automatically waters the branches, twigs, leaves and flowers. When one supplies food to the stomach through the mouth, he satisfies all the various parts of the body.
The art of focusing one's attention on Supreme and giving one's love to Him is called Krishna consciousness. We have created the Krishna consciousness movement so that everyone can satisfy his propensity for loving others, simply by directing his love towards Krishna. The whole world is very eager to satisfy the dormant propensity of love for others, but the various invented methods like socialism, communism, altruism, humanitarianism, and nationalism, along with whatever else may be manufactured for the peace and prosperity of the world, are all useless and frustrating. Because of our gross ignorance of the art of loving Krishna, generally people think that by advancing the cause of moral principles and religious rights, they will be happy. Others may think that happiness can be achieved by economic development, and yet others think that simply by sense gratification they will be happy. But the real fact is that people can be happy only by loving Krishna.
Krishna can perfectly reciprocate one's loving propensities in different relationships called mellows or rasas. Basically, there are 12 loving relationships. One can love Krishna at the supreme unknown, at the supreme master, the supreme friend, the supreme child, supreme lover. These are the 5 basic love rasas. One can also love Krishna indirectly in 7 different relationships, which are apparently different from the 5 primary relationships. All in all, however, if one simply reposes his dormant loving propensity in Krishna, then his life becomes successful. This is not a fiction, but it's a fact that can be realized by practical application. One can directly perceive the effects that love for Krishna has on his life. In the 9th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, this science of Krishna consciousness is called the thing of all knowledge, the king of all confidential things, and the supreme science of transcendental realization. Yet we can directly experience the results of his science of Krishna consciousness because it is very easy to practice and is very pleasurable. Whatever percentage of Krishna consciousness we can perform will become an eternal asset to our life, for it is imperishable in all circumstances. It has now been actually proved that today's confused and frustrated younger generations in the Western countries can directly perceive the result of channeling the loving propensity toward Krishna alone. It is said that although one eschews severe austerities, penances, and sacrifices in his life, if he fails to awaken his dormant love for Krishna, then all his penances are to be considered useless. On the other hand, if one has awakened his dormant love for Krishna, then what is the use in executing austerities and penances unnecessarily?
The Krishna conscious movement is the unique gift of Lord Chaitanya to the fallen souls in this age. It is a very simple method which has actually been carried out during the last 4 years in the Western countries, and there is no doubt that this movement can satisfy the dormant loving propensity of humanity. This book, Krishna, is another presentation to help the Krishna consciousness movement in the Western world. This transcendental work of literature is published with profuse illustrations.
People love to read various kinds of fiction to spend their time and energy. Now this tendency can be directed to Krishna. The result will be the imperishable satisfaction of the soul, both individually and collectively. It is said in the Bhagavad Gita that even a little effort expended on the path of Krishna consciousness can save one from the greatest danger. Hundreds of thousands of examples can be cited of people who have escaped the greatest dangers of life due to a slight advancement in Krishna consciousness. We therefore request everyone to take advantage of this great transcendental literary work. One will find that by reading one page after another, an immense treasure of knowledge in art, science, literature, philosophy, and religion will be revealed, and ultimately, by reading this one book, Krishna, love of God will fructify. My grateful acknowledgement is due to Sriman George Harrison, now chanting Hare Krishna, for his liberal contribution of $19,000 to meet the entire cost of printing this volume. May Krishna bestow upon this nice boy further advancement in Krishna consciousness. And at last, my ever well-wishing blessings are bestowed upon Sriman Shyamasundara Das Adhikari, Srimad Brahmananda Das Brahmachari, Sriman Hayagriva Das Adhikari, Sriman Satsarup Das Adhikari, Srimati Devahuti Devidasi, Srimati Jadurani Devidasi, Sriman Madhur Das Brahmachari, Sriman Bharat Divya Das Adhikari, Han Sri, yeah, you're lucky you didn't do that one, Han Sriman Padyumna Das Adhikari, etc., etc., for their hard labour in different ways to make this publication a great success. Hare Krishna. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Advent Day of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, February 26, 1970, ISKCON Headquarters, 3764 Watsika Avenue, Los Angeles, California.
So, after a prelude of George Harrison and publishers of Srila Prabhupada, now we go to the introduction. We already sing the song, so just go. While attempting to write this book, Krishna, let me first offer my respectful obeisances to my spiritual master. Om Vishnupada 108 Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada. Then let me offer my respectful obeisances to the ocean of mercy, Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna himself, appearing in the role of a devotee, just to distribute the highest principle of devotional service. Lord Chaitanya began his preaching from the country known as Radhadesh, West Bengal. And as I belong to the Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya, in disciplic succession, I must therefore offer my respectful obeisances to the disciplic succession of that name. This Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya is also known as the Brahma Sampradaya, because the disciplic succession originally began from Brahma. Brahma instructed the sage Narad, Narad instructed Vyasadeva, Vyasadeva instructed Madhava Muni, or Madhva Acharya. Sri Madhavendra Puri, the originator of the Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya, was a sannyas, renunciant, who belonged to the Madhva Acharya disciplic succession. He had many renowned disciples, such as Nityananda, Advaita Prabhu, and Ishwara Puri. Ishwara Puri happened to be the spiritual master of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, so let us offer respectful obeisances to Ishwara Puri, Nityananda Prabhu, Sri Advaita Acharya Prabhu, and Srinivas Pandit, and Sri Kedara Pandit. Next, let us offer our respectful obeisances to Swarup Damodar, who acted as the private secretary of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and let us offer our respectful obeisances to Sri Vasudeva Tata and the constant attendant of Lord Chaitanya, Sri Govinda, and the constant friend of Lord Chaitanya Makunda, and also to Murari Gupta. And let us offer respectful obeisances to the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan. Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatana Goswami, Sri Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, Sri Gopala Bhatta Goswami, Sri Jiva Goswami, and Sri Raghunath Das Goswami. Wow, that's a lot of names, isn't it? But these are all spiritual masters who lived about 500 years ago and initiated for the whole world the chanting of Hare Krishna. Because that's the easy way to invoke love for God in your heart. Because basically you call him by name. Yeah? So that's actually a wonderful, very merciful way. In the past you had to learn big books or so many things, but now it's just chanting Hare Krishna.
I didn't know he had been reaching out for the spiritual master. I didn't know.
He was Madhavendra.
I didn't know. I thought he was just from Abbott, knew where he came from.
No, he's in the Chaitanya Church meeting. Krishna himself has explained in the Bhagavad Gita that he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and that whenever there are discrepancies in the regulative principles of man's religious life and the prominence of irreligious activities, he appears on this earthly planet. In other words, when Lord Shri Krishna appeared, there was a necessity of minimizing the load of sinful activities accumulated on the planet or in this universe. For affairs of the material creation, Lord Mahavishnu, the plenary portion of Krishna, is in charge. Thus, when the Lord descends, the incarnation emanates from Vishnu. Mahavishnu is the original cause of the material creation, and from him Garbhodakshay Vishnu expands. And then Kshirodakshay Vishnu. Generally, all the incarnations appearing within this material universe are plenary expansions of Kshirodakshay Vishnu. Therefore, the business of minimizing the overload of sinful activities on this earth does not belong to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna himself. But when Krishna appears, all the Vishnu expansions join with him. Krishna's different expansions, namely Narayan, the quadruple expansion of Vasudeva, Sankarshan, Pradyumna and Aniruddha, as well as partial plenary expansions like Matsya, the incarnation of a fish, and the Yuga avatars, incarnations of the millennium, and the Manvantara avatars, incarnations associated with the reigns of the Manus, all combine together and appear with the body of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna is the complete whole, and thus all plenary expansions and incarnations always live with him. Therefore, when Krishna appeared, Lord Vishnu was with him. Krishna actually appears in order to demonstrate his Vrindavan pastimes, and in this way attract the fortunate conditioned souls and invite them back home, back to Godhead. The killing of the demons in Vrindavan was carried out only by the Vishnu portion of Krishna.
The Lord's abode is described in the Bhagavad Gita, 8th chapter, 20th verse, where it is stated that there is another internal nature, the spiritual sky, which is transcendental to this manifested and no manifested matter. The manifested world can be seen in the form of many stars and planetary systems such as the sun and moon, but beyond this there is a no manifested portion which is not approachable by anyone in this body, and beyond that no manifested matter is the spiritual kingdom. That kingdom is described in the Bhagavad Gita as supreme and eternal, never to be annihilated. This material nature is subjected to repeated creation and annihilation, but that part, the spiritual nature, remains as it is, internally.
The supreme abode of the personality of Godhead, Krishna, is also described in the Brahma Samhita as the abode of Sintamani. That abode of Lord Krishna, known as Goloka Vrindavan, is full of palaces made of touchstone. There the trees are called desire trees, and the cows are called Surabhi. The Lord is served there by hundreds and thousands of goddesses of fortune. His name is Govinda, the primeval Lord, and he is the cause of all causes. There the Lord plays his flute. His eyes are like lotus petals, and the color of his body is like that of a beautiful cloud. On his head is a peacock feather. He is so attractive that he excels thousands of cupids. Lord Krishna gives only a little hint in the Gita of his personal abode, which is the supermost planet in the spiritual kingdom. But in Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna actually appears with all his paraphernalia and demonstrates his activities in Vrindavan, then at Mathura and then at Dwarka. The subject matters of this book will gradually reveal all these activities.
The family in which Krishna appeared is called the Yadu dynasty. This Yadu dynasty belongs to the family descending from Soma, the god of the moon, god in the moon planet. There are two different Kiyatisiti families of the royal order, one descending from the king of the moon planet and the other descending from the king of the sun planet. When the Supreme Personality of Godhead appears, he generally appears in a Kshatriya family, because he had to establish religious principles of the life of the righteousness. The Kshatriya family is the protector of the human race according to the Vedic system. When the Supreme Personality of Godhead appeared as Lord Ramakandra, he appeared in the family descending from the sun god, known as the Raghuvamsa, and when he appeared as Lord Krishna, he did so in the family known as the Yaduvamsa. There is a long list of the kings of the Yaduvamsa in the 9th canto, 24th chapter of Srimad Bhagavatam. All of them were great powerful kings. Krishna's father name was Vaduseva, son of Suranena, descending from the Yadu dynasty. Actually, the Supreme Personality of Godhead does not belong to any dynasty of this material world, but the family in which the Supreme Personality of Godhead appears becomes famous. By his grace, for example, sandalwood is produced in the states of Malaya. Sandalwood has its own qualifications apart from Malaya. But because accidentally this wood is mainly produced in the states of Malaya, it is known as Malayan sandalwood. Similarly, Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, belongs to everyone. But just as the sun rises from the east all through, there are other directions from which it could rise. So by his own choice, the Lord appears in his practical family, and that family becomes famous. As explained above, when Krishna appears, all his plenary expansions appear with him. Krishna appeared along with Balarama, Baladeva, he who is known as his elder brother. Balarama is the origin of Sankaranasana, of the quadruple expansion. Balarama is also the plenary expansion of Krishna. In this book, the attempt will be made to show how Krishna appeared in the family of the Yadu dynasty and how he displayed his transcendental characteristics. This okay, where? This one? Yes, okay. This is very vitally described in Srimad Bhagavatam, specifically the 10th canto, and thus the basis of this book will be the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam.
The pastimes of the Lord are generally heard and relished by liberated souls. Those who are conditioned souls are interested in reading stories of the material activities of some common men. Although similar narrations describing the transcendental activities of the Lord are found in the Srimad Bhagavatam and other Puranas, the conditioned souls still prefer to study ordinary narrations. They are not so interested in studying the narrations of the pastimes of Lord Krishna, and yet the descriptions of the pastimes of Lord Krishna are so attractive that they are relishable for all classes of men. There are 3 classes of men in this world. One class consists of liberated souls, another consists of those who are trying to be liberated, and a third consists of materialistic men. Whereas one is liberated, or is trying to be liberated, or is even grossly materialistic, the pastimes of Lord Krishna are worth studying. Liberated souls have no interest in materialistic activities. The impersonalist theory that after liberation one becomes inactive and need not hear anything does not prove that a liberated person is actually inactive. A living soul cannot be inactive. He is active either in the conditioned state or in the liberated state. A diseased person, for example, is also active, but his activities are all painful. The same person, when freed from the disease condition, is still active, but in their healthy condition, the activities are full of pleasure. Similarly, the impersonalists only seek to get free from the disease-conditioned activities, but they have no information of activities in the healthy condition. Those who are actually liberated and in full knowledge take to hearing the activities of Krishna. Such engagement is pure spiritual activity. It is essential for persons who are actually liberated to hear of the pastimes of Krishna. That is a supreme relishable subject matter for one in the liberated state. Also, if persons who are trying to be liberated hear such narrations as the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, then their path of liberation becomes very clear. The Bhagavad Gita is the preliminary study of the Srimad Bhagavatam. By studying the Gita, one becomes fully conscious of the position of Lord Krishna, and when he is situated at the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, he understands the narrations of Krishna as described in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Lord Chaitanya has therefore advised his followers that their business is to propagate Krishna Katha.
Talking about Krishna Katha. And Krishna means the all attractive.
Yeah.
So basically that's a miracle.
Yeah.
Krishna Katha means narrations about Lord Krishna. There are two Krishna Kathas. Narrations spoken by Krishna and narrations spoken about Krishna. The Bhagavad Gita is the narration or the philosophy on the science of God, spoken by Krishna himself. And Srimad Bhagavatam is the narration about the activities and the transcendental pastimes of Krishna. Both are Krishna Katha. It's the order of Lord Chaitanya that Krishna Katha should be spread all over the world. Because if the conditioned soul, suffering of the pangs of material existence, take the Krishna Katha, then the path of liberation will be open and clear. The purpose of presenting this book is primarily to induce people to understand Krishna or Krishna Katha, because thereby they can become freed from material bondage. This Krishna Katha will also be very much appealing to the most materialistic persons, because Krishna's pastime with the gopis, the cowardkills, are exactly like the loving affairs between young girls and boys within the material world. Actually, the sex feeling found in human society is not unnatural, because the same sex feeling is there in the original personality of Godhead. The pleasure potency is called Srimati Radharani. The attraction of loving affairs on the basis of sex feeling is the original feature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And we, the conditioned souls, being part and parcel of the Supreme, have such feelings also. But they are experienced within the perverted, minute condition. And therefore, when those who are after sex life in this material world hear about Krishna's pastime with the gopis, they will relish transcendental pleasure, although it appears to be materialistic. The advantage will be that they will gradually be elevated to the spiritual platform. In Bhagavatam it is stated that if one hears the pastimes of Lord Krishna with the gopis from authorities with submission, then he will be promoted to the platform of transcendental loving service to the Lord, and the material disease of lust within his heart will be completely vanquished. In other words, such hearing will counteract material sex life.
This book, Krishna, which is filled with Krishna Katha, will thus appeal equally to the liberated souls and to persons who are trying to be liberated, as well as to the gross conditioned materialist. According to the statement of Maharaj Parikshit, who heard about Krishna from Shukadeva Goswami, Krishna Katha is equally applicable to every human being, whatever condition of life he is in. Surely everyone will appreciate it to the highest magnitude. But Maharaj Parikshit also warned the persons who are simply engaged in Krishna. Oh, I got lost now.
You're in Radhadesh, Belgium.
Yeah, it's not very helpful. I'm completely lost. Okay, I'm going to go back a bit. But Maharaj Parikshit also warned that persons who are simply engaged in killing animals and in killing themselves, who are simply engaged in killing themselves, may not be very much attracted to Krishna Katha. In other words, ordinary persons who are following the regular moral principles of scriptures, no matter in what condition they are found, will certainly be attracted, but not persons who are killing themselves. The exact words used in Srimad Bhagavatam is Pashugana, which means one who is killing animals or killing himself. Persons who are not self-realized and who are not interested in spiritual realization are killing themselves. They are committing suicide. Because this human form of life is especially meant for self-realization, by neglecting this important part of his activities, one simply wastes his time like the animals. So he is a Pashugana. The other meaning of the word refers to those who are actually killing animals. This means persons who are animal eaters, even dog eaters, for they are all engaged in killing animals in so many ways, such as hunting and opening slaughterhouses. Such persons cannot be interested in Krishna Katha. King Parikshit was especially interested in hearing Krishna Katha because he knew that his forefathers, particularly his grandfather Arjuna, were victorious in the great battle of Kurukshetra, only because of Krishna. We may also take this mature world as a battlefield of Kurukshetra. Everyone is struggling hard for existence on this battlefield, and at every step there is danger. According to Maharaj Parikshit, the battlefield of Kurukshetra was just like a vast ocean full of dangerous animals. His grandfather Arjuna had to fight with such great heroes as Bhishma, Drona, Karna, and many others who were not ordinary fighters. Such warriors have been compared to the Timulian gillyfish in the ocean. The Timulian gillyfish can very easily swallow up big whales. The great fighters on the battlefield of Kurukshetra could swallow many Arjunas very easily, but simply due to Krishna's mercy, Arjuna was able to kill all of them. Just as one can cross with no exertion over the little bit of water contained in the hoofprint of a calf, so Arjuna, by the grace of Krishna, was able to very easily jump over the ocean of the battlefield of Kurukshetra.
Ja.
There we go.
You get lost.
Yeah, I really got lost there.
Okay. So this is still actually the introduction. It's not even just all explanations in difficult names.
So we talked about it yesterday because Lars asked me, who is Krishna? I said, there is a book, Krishna, and so we start reading in Krishna books and it's nice.
So has this over in the altar some specialities? Some vegetable dishes, some what is it called? Spicy?
Chutney.
Chutney. Some fried things, some sweet stuff. Hey, would you like to try something to take something and
Knabbel.
put it on the side? Ja, nee, is dat een goede voorbeeld is moeten?
Knabbel.
Een beetje zoet?
Ja, is het lekker zoet?
Nee, het zijn wat zout. Dat is gewoon wat. Dat is gewoon puur, dat is zoutig.
Oh, lekker zeg.
Maar weet je wat?
Heerlijk.
Nou, je bent zover?
Ja.
Goed zo. Weet je wat ik vind?
Lekker.
Ik krijg jullie de rest met z'n drieën. Is dit
Lekker.
For you, it's okay to have this one?
Oh, muchas gracias.
Yeah, then I'll give this to
Nice to see you.
Ja, dat is een goede vraag. Dat is als je wordt beschreven ergens in een boek, als je ontelbare dollars zou hebben, die zouden heel even elkaar door dingen over Krishna blijven vertellen op verschillende namen. Dus als je maar die al die dingen aangeven, dat is Krishna aantrekkelijk betekent, of Govinda, of koeien, of zo. Ja. Nee, maar dat dan zou je dingen alleen klaar zijn.
Nee.
Zoals de energie,
ja.
Soms via de deur van de zon, is ook een energie.
Alles, ja, ik noem het dan niet God. Ik noem het dan God, maar Krishna is gewoon God. Maar ik heb een profeet in geloof.
Heb je wel een
profeet? Profeet.
Oh, nou, je staat helemaal als een profeet kunnen zien, maar een profeet is meer eigenlijk, wie was iemand die het zien met guru zoals Shastra. Wat dat betekent? Dat is de basis.
Ja.
Geestelijke leraren die eigenlijk volgens mij als alles doorgeven. De oorspronkelijke geschriften van God zelf. En dan heb je persoonlijke geschriften spiritueel meester. Die je ook ontwikkeld moet kennen. Dat je verschillende leraren
ja.
En die is die persoonlijke leraar. Dus iemand die het ook kan en die het goed gebracht heeft.
Blue is for boys, pink is for girls.
Ik ben niks eigenlijk. Ik ben niks. Eigenlijk alles. Moslim, christen, leven rood.
Oh, je wilt het doen?
Ja. Nee, ik heb ook schade afgelegd.
Als ze zeggen dat ze niks zijn, dat betekent dat ze niks zijn.
Geen nihilist, geen atheïst. Ik ben zeker geen nihilist, geen atheïst.
Dat is ook iets.
Ja, dat is wel zeker iemand die wel... Ja.
Maar je gaat weer goed.
Ja.
Niet van een specifieke religie.
Nee. Maar ik kijk een beetje naar alles en maak daarmee. Als je maar voor open staat, denk ik dan, hè. Als je maar voor open staat dat er iets... Als je maar voor open staat dat er iets is. Ja, dan kan ik denken, dan wordt alles heeft gecreëerd, geschapen, ontwikkeld.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Radha Gopinath Radhe Radhe, Wolo. Radha Gopinath Radhe Radhe. O Gaur Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. One more time, everybody together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hitai Gaur Brahmanande, Hare Hare Gaur.
Hare Krishna. Youth camp people, can we gather in the blue room? Thank you. Youth camp people in the blue youth camp people in the blue room. Thank you.